All right, good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Flangus, Vice Chair Moody,
Here.
Commissioner Goins,
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale,
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Schlotman,
Present.
Commissioner Bonar. Here. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, please note that Chairman Flangus is excused for the evening.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct, and we appreciate you adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight. Thank you. Moving on to the public comment portion of the agenda, all comments made under this item for specific action will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this portion of the agenda tonight? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 5. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of March 12, 2013?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the minutes of the March 12, 2013 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Goins. Please vote. Post. That motion carries. Let's move on to our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Vice Chairman, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance to the May 14, 2013 Planning Commission meeting. Items number 8 and 9, variance 47835 and SUP 47834. Items number 24 and 25, SUP 48184 and SDR 48185. And item number 26, SUP 48455. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on items 8, 9, 24, 25, or 26? Hearing none, Commissioner Goins, do you have a motion for these housekeeping items?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the housekeeping items subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Okay, moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following item may be considered in one motion, one vote. This is considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an applicant or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Item number 7, SUP 48411. The applicant is Academy Medical Equipment, ATMS, as the owner. I'm sorry, /ATMS. The owner is Susan Ackerman. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a general retail store other than listed at 2400 North Tenaya Way, Suite 150 in Ward 1.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm going to abstain on this item as much as I'm involved in a transaction property within the notice area.
Okay, thank you.
Has the Public Works people looked at the access to the portion of the building? I used to work in this building, and I'm familiar with the property. Just want to make sure that the access has been taken care of.
First, I guess we need to open this for any public comment or none.
Since this is on the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda, if Commissioner has questions, we've already read the item into the record, and if staff would like to answer or respond to the question, I think that would be appropriate at this time.
Through you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Public Works does not, for this specific item, required any studies or anything like that for traffic. However, I know that we are looking at the Tenaya corridor and looking at putting median islands in this area and just studying the area in general. Our traffic division is studying Tenaya.
Okay. That, as long as...
Do we do the staff report? Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion for approval of SUP 48411, following staff's recommendation on the one motion, one vote.
Please vote. Please post. That motion carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Moving on to public hearing items, beginning with item 10. This was obeyed from a previous meeting, SUP 48146. The applicant is Oja, O-H-J-A, Japanese Steakhouse, Sushi, and Hibachi. The owner is PK1 Rainbow Promenade, LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment within an existing 4,992 square foot restaurant at 2051 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite number 102 in Ward 5. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this item was held in abeyance as the applicant was not present at the previous meeting.
That's ridiculous.
A more intense supper club use was approved for this location in December 2012. The applicant no longer wishes to operate the supper club under those requirements of a supper club, and is requesting that the use meet the requirements now of a beer wine cooler on sale. Staff finds that the use is compatible and harmonious with the surrounding and existing uses, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and address?
My name is Wendy Lu,
Can you spell that, please?
Wendylu. And this is for the 2051 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 102 to 103.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, the last time when we submit the application, because we have to sign the lease with the landlord, so we did not consider really careful. So just roughly drawing floor plan, and we thought that it's a good idea to have a bar. But then after this year, we get the final drawing, we just thought about like the bar is, actually we did not benefit a lot for the, when we make a bar in the corner, and it's a lot of limitation. So we decided we changed the bar area. I'll give you the map, show you the map. The bar area changed
We have a map in front of us.
Yeah. We take off the bar, it's going to add more seat. This is the previous one for the super bar. Here's the bar area around here. And then this one is the new, we asked the contract drawer that it's more professional. We take the bar off, so change to the seating. Then we decide to put a juice bar in the middle. It's more efficient. So that's why we went to the planning. They said we have to apply. So we just submit the application, apply again. Because this total square feet is under 5,000. It's not a big restaurant. So I think it's better to just do the beer and wine on sale and not a supper bar, supper club.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. And we had actually we have other 2 restaurants in town, Las Vegas. So we also, based on our previous experience, I think this is better and benefit both the owner, also the public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll now open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and open it for discussion with the commission.
Mr. Chairman, seeing none, I think she's made her justification and staff's recommending approval. With that, I would follow staff's recommendation for approval of abeyance SUP 48146, subject to all staff's recommendations and condition.
Thank you. Please vote.
Thank you.
Please post. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, this item will go forward to City Council on May the 15th.
All right, thank you. I'm going to abstain on item 11 and turn this over to Commissioner Goins.
Thank you. Please bear with me. I have a little scruffy voice here. Item 11, site development plan review. Applicant owner Lonnie Walston for possible action on a request for a site plan review for a 1,900 square foot addition to an existing 9,471 square foot retail building with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a 116-foot portion and an 8-foot landscape buffer along a 102-foot portion of the north property line, and 8-foot wide landscaping buffer along the east and west property lines where a minimum of 15-foot wide buffer is required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the south property line where an 8-foot long landscape buffer is required on 1.61 acres at 1100 Martin Luther King Boulevard, C1, Ward 5. Staff?
This item was held in abeyance to allow the applicant an opportunity to address issues regarding a wall and landscaping in the Phase 2 portion of the project. Staff has not received any revised plans at this time. I'm not sure if the applicant has any with them today. The proposal that has been submitted indicates the addition is located at the north end of the building and will expand the inline with the existing facade. The applicant has proposed 2 phases of the development. The first phase consists of construction of the proposed 1,900 square foot building addition and a creation of an additional surface parking lot to the northwest quarter of the subject site. In addition to the parking lot, the applicant has proposed 8-foot wide landscape planters to match the existing landscaping at the west property line along Martin Luther King Boulevard, where a 15-foot landscape buffer is required. The second phase of the development consists of the additional surface parking with an additional non-conforming landscape buffers proposed for the remaining north, east, and south property lines. Staff does recommend denial of the proposed project as it does not meet the minimum requirements of Title 19. And that ends our staff report.
Thank you. Applicant?
Hi, I'm Robert Swift. I represent JG.
Can you speak a little louder
My
into
name is
that
Robert
microphone?
Swift.
Thank you.
I represent JG Enterprise on this parcel.
And do you want to explain a little bit about the expansion and what your intent and request is?
The request is to do additional shopping for the first phase and wanted to come back in a second phase per staff's requirements. But our intent was to keep the existing landscape that's existing on Martin Luther King to incorporate it in phase 1 and phase 2.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. That, anybody else like to speak on this item? Public hearing is open.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. We have dumped a bundle of money on that Martin Luther King. And I want to see, and we did our part, now it's time for the property owners to do their part. I don't know what, I think that's only a 5-foot sidewalk there. And right now, I think that all the sidewalks ought to be at least 7 feet. But even then, the issues that the commission had addressed before about adding on that second addition later on, at a later date, and leaving the landscaping until later, I've got some issues on this. I mean, we did our part, and now it's time for them to do their part. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak for or against this item? Please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and I'll open comments up to the commissioners.
Good evening. Did you bring a landscape plan that we can see?
I didn't bring, I wasn't prepared to bring.
Okay, because it's really
But there is
different.
a new landscape plan that was submitted. What changes that were needed?
Submitted to the planning department?
Yeah, no, to the director per a meeting that we had with Mr. Barlow.
Okay. Do we have a landscape plan, Mr. Rankin, on file?
Actually, Commissioner Quinn, let me go ahead and respond to that.
Thank you.
We did have a meeting last week in Councilman Barlow's office. The applicant was going to submit us a landscape plan. We have not received it yet.
Okay.
I
There
gave
is
you
one.
my email address to send that in and
Okay.
never received anything.
All right.
With no disrespect to you, sir, I will not support this item until I see the landscape plan. Thank you.
Okay.
Any more comments by the commissioner? Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, just so when we do get this plan back, and I think it's appropriate for the applicant to know some of the concerns we have, just so they can be addressed. This phase shows a little bit of landscaping along Martin Luther King, not our requirements, obviously the requested waiver and other such, but no additional landscaping along Madison Avenue, which to me is, for this addition, is critical that we have landscaping along that. I mean, just to arbitrarily stop landscaping and have asphalt to a sidewalk doesn't meet the intent of trying to solve or to make this a better situation. I do have to agree a little bit with Mr. Farlow. There has been a big investment made along Martin Luther King, a serious investment for the community as the broader community. And to not have the property owners do the right things on the projects that they bring forward doesn't help us get that neighborhood completed. And I don't want to see this, no landscaping on Madison for another 20 years. I just don't think that's an appropriate solution here. So unless there's some of those kind of things addressed, I wouldn't support this when it does come back.
They were addressed, and somehow it got missed
I understand that you're standing here tonight saying you're addressing it, but this meeting didn't just happen tonight. It's been on the agenda for some time. It's incumbent upon you as representing the applicant and the applicant to meet your requirements to provide us what we need so we can make a decision for you. If there were neighbors that came out tonight, again, we'd be sitting holding this, waiting for something, and that really is a lack of respect for your neighbors, a lack of respect for the community process that's here, which everybody is bought into, that this is our process. So I appreciate you having a meeting with Director and the council person, but the first step is getting it to staff and the planning so we can actually make a good recommendation. So unless there's other comments, I'm going to ask this be held. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is kind of constructive. Take it the way it is intended, as constructive. This looks like the dimensions may be off, and I'd like to see a dimension drawing. What it looks like to me is that you might actually lose the row of parking along Madison if you put landscaping in. And if that's the case, you know, we need enough parking, but you actually have extra land to put that parking on. Maybe there's a way to put the landscaping in along Madison and still get the parking because you have the land to do the extra parking. And if you're over-parked, then you don't have to worry about it. But the landscaping becomes that important to us.
Like I say, I apologize for that. That drawing is the way you just described it. There is landscape along Madison and North Street, but somehow, like I say, I'm confusing. It didn't get addressed to the right people.
A good dimension drawing would solve.
There is one.
Thank
Can
you.
I speak on item, please?
Mr.
I'm Lonnie
Walson,
Walston.
can you read your name and address for the record?
Lonnie Walston, 1930 Fair Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's kind of my project, and what happened with the sidewalk on Madison Street, we talked to have a meeting with Councilman Barlow. He told us to make sure that we let you all know that the city is putting the sidewalk in on Madison Street. And he also said that, you know, we figured why would we put, landscaping in before we put the sidewalk in. He said the city was responsible for putting the sidewalk and the driveway approaches on Madison. So what we thought we could do, if you all allow us to do it, is come down MLK Martin Luther King complete the planter box, the landscaping, and stop it on the corner of Madison right there, on the corner of Madison. And then when we get the sidewalk in, then we come back and put the landscaping on Madison Street. Because really it wouldn't make sense to put the landscaping in there and got tear it all out to put the sidewalk in. That's what we were kind of concerned about.
Sir, if you would have, your plan could show the landscaping where it would be when the sidewalk's put in. And I didn't mean to interrupt, Commissioner, you need to give us a complete picture. This isn't woulda, coulda, we might have make it work later. We have to make decisions because we want to hold a developer to what we will see when this project is built out. Not, well, this wouldn't make sense, that wouldn't make sense, we'll rip this out, we'll do this. And we wind up here with a center with no landscaping, an asphalt jungle, and the neighborhood doesn't get what it deserves, you know, as a project. So you understand this. You've done this before. You have this center. So all I'm saying is before we make a decision to move this forward, we need the right information. And I'm not here to say I would support a waiver of that.
Well, I just want to get a good understanding about it. What would you like for us to do? Show you the plans for the landscaping now, or you would put the landscaping in before we put the sidewalk in? Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead.
It would be my preference, Mr. Chair. If you have a timing problem, we can craft a condition about the delay of that landscaping until the sidewalk is constructed. We'd also like to know, however, when that sidewalk is programmed for construction. So that's just more information that'll help us make that decision. More critically, and maybe you missed my point, if you're going to lose a row of parking, we need to know that you have enough parking after everything in there is done. So we need a good parking count as well.
Well, we have plenty of room for parking, no doubt about
I
that.
thought you did, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Walston, I'm going to just make a comment, and then we'll entertain a motion. So, just for the record, I attended that meeting as well with the councilman and Director Flynn as well. And what we thought we were going to get today was a landscape plan.
Okay, okay.
And like Commissioner says, you need to show the plan
Right.
with the sidewalk
Right.
on it.
Okay.
As Councilman Barlow mentioned at that meeting, and we've probably, everybody in the public's probably seen every sidewalk in town being torn up and repaved, and Madison is earmarked to have a sidewalk as well. However, in your submittal, you need to show that sidewalk and that landscape planner on that plan when you submit it, although it's going to be built by the city. We as a commission, in order for us to approve a plan, we need to see the full plan in order to approve it. We can't approve it with a hope and a prayer that maybe it will or will not come in once it's built. So if you're going to see approval from this board, and I tell you,
Okay.
we work with the public, but we will hold you to the requirements that you put forth in front of us, and we need to see that in a landscaping plan that goes through planning and has the official stamp on it.
All right.
So with that, I'll entertain a motion from the commissioner.
And before you make your motion,
Excuse me.
just like to reiterate that landscape plan. And in addition to that, I'm a little confused because at the last public hearing that we had, you didn't know if you're moving forward with the lot in the back, if you're putting parking back there, if you're going to do landscaping, put another building. And so there's a lot of things still left to be determined. So maybe a new justification letter, if that's appropriate. Not sure if it is, but to kind of help explain some of your thought processes with dates when your landscaping is going in and what your thoughts are on putting in the future paving or whatever you have going in the rear of your building. So just try justifying this a little bit better so it gives us a clearer picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Walson, I'm looking at your letter that you have from January 21st, 2013. You can actually just take that same letter and simply update it with the current plan that you're going to put in at the next Planning Commission meeting.
All right.
All right.
And if you need some assistance, you can always give me a call.
All right. Thanks very much.
And one,
Vice Chair.
Commissioner Schlotzman?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. One last thing, also don't submit it at the next Plan Commission hearing. If you could submit it a couple weeks before the next Plan Commission hearing, so it can go in our backup packets and we can review that information, that'd be great. Thanks.
Probably want to submit it along with the revised landscape plan.
Staff,
Okay.
can you tell them what date that has to be in so it makes the packet?
We would need that by April 17th.
Okay. That'd be no problem.
So April 17th. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner Goins, I would move that this be held 30 days to our next meeting so we can get this plan in and we can have time to review it.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to hold item 11, abeyance SDR 48148 for 30 days. Please cast your votes. That motion has passed with Commissioner Moody abstaining.
If we could just have the applicant submit the landscape plan to us by April the 17th.
That'd be no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 12, GPA 48408. The applicant owner is West East Asset Management, LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from M, medium density residential, to GC, general commercial, at 3925 Coran Lane, 1881 Cypress Trail in Ward 5. May we please have the staff report?
Vice Chairman, the proposed amendment to general commercial land use designation is compatible with the development patterns within the area and would bring the existing C2 general commercial zoning district into conformance with the Las Vegas 2020 master plan. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the proposed general plan amendment. Please note that an additional letter of protest has been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who do we have speaking first? Please state your name and address.
I'm general contractor James Gray, JG Enterprises, just here to support Mr. Chen.
Did you state your address, please?
701 Sunny Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106.
Thank you.
My name is James Guan, last name spelled G-U-A-N, address 3925 Coran Lane, Las Vegas 89108. I'm the representative of the owner, West East Asset Management.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, any questions from the council?
We'll do that during our portion of that. Do you have anything to add?
Basically, what it is the used to be it used to be a motel, and it's been abandoned for quite some time. I don't know the exact length, duration on that. According to the city automatically has rezoned that those properties along close to Rancho over there, but the previous owner who operated the motel never updated its planning, its zoning. So now that it's been abandoned and we are the new owner, we've been purchased it since last year, October, and we just want to do business according to the zoning of the city and to get it back to what they wanted, which is commercial.
Okay, thank you. We'll open this to public comment. Please approach the microphone and state your name and address.
Mr. Commissioners, my name's Alan Davidson. I live at 1940 Sycamore Trail, Las Vegas, 89108. I have a home, a single-family home, that I've lived there for a long time, since 1993-94, to the west of this property, butt up against the back of the parcel that they want to change the zoning to make this into commercial property. I also have commercial property to the south and to the north of me. And when I purchased this, it was a single-family residence. If you bring this project in and build what they want to do, I'm going to be stuck right in the middle of commercial property all around me. And it's going to hurt the sale, or if I try to sell the house as a single-family home, no one's going to want to buy it. Now, I'm in a funny position right here, because if I have commercial around me, how am I going to sell my home as a single-family home? Is anybody going to buy it? I wouldn't think so. Now, I don't know how to resolve this, unless you go ahead and make my 2 parcels commercial, just like the rest that's around me. If you leave me single-family home, financially, I am going to be hurt. Do you agree? I need some kind of an answer.
Well, Mr. Davidson, I don't believe that issue is before the commission right now, so I'm not prepared to address that, nor do I think it would be appropriate. But we appreciate your thoughts, and I know we have another gentleman ready to speak unless you've got something else to add.
No, that's about it. It's just that I don't think it's fair to have commercial all around me when I bought that as a single-family home, had a home on there, built there. I own a lot right next door that I was going to build, and it doesn't pay for me to do anything until I find out. And if the commercial goes in, I'm in trouble, you know, because I got a single-family home. I can't sell it.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Ramon Rodriguez. I live at 1924 Stonehaven Drive. Circle now. You got to change the things there. And what's going on? That used to be county. I don't know what we're going to city for. All this don't got no sidewalk.
Mr. Rodriguez, just, we're creating a record here, and I know you're pointing to the screen.
Yeah.
But if you can try and describe for us what it is you're pointing to, or maybe put something on
Don Coran.
the map.
Okay, where they want to build. Used to be a 7-Eleven there, where the mechanic is. Okay, used to be a long time ago. In 94, used to be a 7-Eleven there. They knocked it down, they made it to a shop. The motel been vacant, well, did about 8 years, 10 years, somewhere on there. We had transits going through there. Homeless, pipes, whatever you want, it was going through there. I don't know, when the city picked it up, because that's county land right there. Oh, that's county. That once the whole section is county. From what things? From Valley, all the way around there, it's county. Okay? When you let that go by, it will look the same way. Like those apartments from Rancho, Class A apartments we got there at Rancho, the down Coran Street. Look at that apartment building. All that side is all junked up. Transfer stayed back there now, and nobody's cleaning it up. Even the managers don't clean it up. They're gonna try. You make this like that, then all my street, I got 5 grandkids. They're small, 7 to 2, a newborn. I don't want them to get hit from a car going fast down that street, because they do go fast.
So are you opposed to this?
Yeah, I'm opposed to this.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we will close the public comment and open this to the commission for discussion.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I guess the applicant, I know we just have a general plan amendment in front of us, but what is your plan for the property?
The property, we are going to maintain all of the buildings on all of the properties. We're planning to rehab and remodel and repair the necessary coding requirements to do a general office type of commercial park.
Since this was part of the county at one point, it's now part of the city and it's under our jurisdiction, is there any requirement for them to do off-site improvements of Public Works?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, through you, with the general plan amendment, there is no requirement to do off-sites. However, if or when this is approved and a site development plan review comes in, that will be our opportunity to require sidewalk.
But I get the impression we're not going to see a site plan review. I got the impression we're just going to see some rehab of existing structures. So we're going to, by doing this, in essence, we're going to bring into conformance this commercial use, which is, clean up a little bit of the master plan. But we're not going to, by our actions, aren't going to make the street any safer for the residents down there, or deal with any of the off-site issues and development issues that the average developer would deal with.
And I believe, and maybe someone from planning can correct me here, but I think if they make significant or even minor changes that we can, if a site development is required, which I think one will be, then we'll be able to require those off-site improvements.
Well, what I'm getting at is I would much prefer to see the general plan amendment come forward with an SDR that lets us know that we're changing to deal with the concerns that these neighbors have. We would see a site development plan review that would also address our concerns about this area. Director.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, I'll step in and go ahead and respond to that. As Mr. Lucian Pate has indicated, that depending on the scope of work, that's when a site development plan review application is required. So depending on a change of use to the property or any significant additions or renovations to the building at that point in time, that's when a site plan application would be required. And with that, there may be the requirement for off-site improvements as well. The application that you have before you this evening is basically to bring the general plan designation into conformance with the existing zoning. And that's really the first step in correcting this process. And then again, depending on the scope of the work that the applicant pursues, we may see another application before you, again, depending on the scope.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could, just a note, the applicant has done a pre-application conference with the Planning Department to bring forward a site plan review. We have not received a full application at this time, but we have had the pre-application meeting regarding their site plan that they are hopefully proposing in the very near future.
Commissioner Goins.
I understand Mr. Davidson and Mr. Davidson's issue and also Mr. Rodriguez, but I think it's the right of this property owner to come in and request, Mr. Rodriguez, you'll have to ask through the chairman to speak again. But I did want to say that as a property owner, it's his right to ask for the GPA. And I think he's justified, particularly because of what's happening in the area and where this property sits. I know that doesn't make Mr. Davidson feel any better. However, I think you'll have another bite at this apple during the SDR portion so that we can make it as plausible as possible back there. But it's two different things. You have a house for residential purposes, you want to sell it. He's looking at using his property for more of a commercial use. And so we will hope to see you back during the SDR portion. Or what I would I'd like to see you do is after we vote on this item is for both of you to exchange information and be able to talk to each other because let's face it, you're now, whether you like it or not, you're neighbors. And so as opposed to having to debate this at the dais, if you guys would exchange numbers, you may be able to meet on your own time and may be able to mitigate some of the issues that you have and come out with a win-win for both of you. So if there's no more questions or comments, I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval on item 12, GPA 48408, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go forward to City Council on May the 15th.
Thank you. Items 13 and 14 are related items. Item 13 is GPA 48471. The applicant owner is D.R. Horton Incorporated. This is for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from rural density residential to low density residential at the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Hualapai Way. This is in Ward 6. Related item 14, ZON 48472. This is for possible action on a request for rezoning from residential plan development, 3 units per acre, also known as RPD3, to R1, single-family residential. May we please have staff's report?
Vice Chairman, the proposed amendment to an L, low-density residential land use designation will provide an adequate transition from the rural residential uses to the east of the subject property and the multifamily uses west of Hualapai Way in conformance with policy 3.2.1 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the general plan amendment. The related zone change is consistent with the L land use designation, and therefore staff is also recommending approval of the zone change. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. Mark Jones, D.R. Horton, 330 Carousel Parkway, Henderson, Nevada. As you can tell, the property is undeveloped, adjacent to Wallapai, 100-foot right-of-way, vacant parcels north, south, and east. Our intent is to build single-family detached homes, and of course, we agree with staff's recommendations, and I would be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll open this to public comment. Does anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment and open this for discussion amongst the commission.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no comments, I think this brings this section of Wallapai into the same realm of what we've heard north and south of this, and I would make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. That motion carries.
And with regard to item 14, the related rezoning, move for approval.
Please vote. And post. That motion also carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, these items will go forward to City Council on May the 15th.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Item 15, VAR 47494. The applicant owner is William Berthasell. Hope I pronounced that right. This is for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing accessory structure, Class 2, to be located in the front yard where such is not permitted, and to allow setbacks of 9 feet in the front yard and 0 feet in the side yards where 20 feet and 5 feet are required respectively at 1243 Barnard Drive in Ward 1. May we please have staff report?
Vice Chairman, this application is before you as a result of a code enforcement action pertaining to the existing carport within the front yard being constructed by the applicant without permits. Upon further review of the site, it was found that a room addition was also constructed without permit, all of which failed to meet the required setbacks. As such, the requested variance is preferential in nature as the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship upon themselves, which could have been mitigated by means of a permit review. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of the application. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you the owner applicant?
Yes, my name is William Berthasell. I live at 1243 Barnard Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102. I've lived here for 25 years, and this is in the West Lehigh neighborhood, which is approximately 62 years old since its conception. I've supplied for the record existing structures in the neighborhood. I have additional ones that I'd like to put in for the record.
Could you go ahead and hand those to us, please?
Sure.
Do you mind if we keep those plastic covers there nicely
You may
placed?
have the whole works and add it to my file.
All right, thank
I
you.
also have an additional on what was classified in the record is the denials, the 2 denials. I understand from the record that there were 285 notices sent out, 70 associations notified, and we had a count as of Wednesday of 5 for and 2 against. Although on further review, what I've supplied there, the 2 against do not even live in the neighborhood. The 1 against was from my Google on the computer, 3.2 miles away. The other one is on South Rancho, which is out of the neighborhood too. Like I said, I've lived in this home for 25 years, and I've seen homes bought and sold over the years with these kind of structures built on them that a lot of the owners don't even realize that there are variances. Now, my situation is I bought the the patio, or not the patio, but I'm really nervous here. The carport kit from Pacific Patio Covers, and when I bought it from them, they told me I would need a side variance and they would not erect it without it. Although my main concern was the price of their construction and being qualified to put an interlocking system together. I thought I would take my chances, my first mistake. However, from what I just presented is the pros and cons. I have a statement from my 5 most impacted neighbors, the neighbor to the north, the neighbor to the south, and the 3 immediately across the street have signed a statement. They're in no opposition of the carport. As you can see by the pictures that I've just provided and the ones that were on the internet, this is an established precedence of a 61-year-old neighborhood. And I really feel that, and this one here with the boat underneath it is the south one, which the Planning Commission brought into it, where there has been no complaints in the last 15 to 20 years since it was erected. If we could go to the house plan again. The area there to the south was an existing 6x8 shed. When I had the home restuccoed about 10 years ago, I incorporated a stud wall to the existing house. This shed stands on its own. Of course, we're calling this an addition when it's a freestanding shed that's 3 foot away from the property line that has existed there for 15 to 20 years. There has never been a complaint against that. In the conditions of the variance, on the denial, if planning, or to you, if this is recommended to move forward, the conditions are building permits for a 20-year-old structure as far as the awning, and the 20-year-old shed that as a homeowner in the area, when I had my home restuccoed, I restuccoed the shed in with it so it isn't intrusive, so it isn't a fire hazard. I don't really feel that it should be, I feel it should be grandfathered in there. At the Planning Commission meetings and with the code enforcement there, I ran into barriers as far as engineered blueprints for an awning that's been in existence for 15 years, that's an interlocking ceiling type typical awning. There's tens of thousands of these manufactured awnings throughout the city. It has the G structure fascia, which incorporates the rain gutter into it. The water is not running into the neighbor's property. As far as the new one is considered, there again, it's a pre-manufactured. I go with the conditions there that I'll obtain a permit if this is approved for the new construction of the carport on the north side. Also at planning, because I am not a contractor, I was put up certain roadblocks of how I can solve this solution. And some of the solutions that I got were I need engineered blueprints, I need a fire barrier certification against the house next door to me. It was suggested that I build an 8-foot wall presently on the south border to 10 foot to achieve this. That's against code right now. On my front carport, to get a recommendation, I was advised that I could move it 5 foot over, tear it down, move it 5 foot over, which would involve pouring an apron, destroying the integrity of the structure by taking it apart and moving it over. I was also recommended that I could get documents signed by my neighbor, Tina Phelps, that's on the north property line.
I'm going to give you about 1 more minute. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've already let you take more time than I normally would.
Okay, well, so my main thing is this is a common place in the neighborhood by the pictures and what's on record, and I think it should move forward for recommendation.
Okay, thank you. We'll open this for public comment. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. There's a reason that there's a setback, and one of the reasons is that if he's built up to that property line, it's going to affect his neighbor's insurance rates, his fire insurance. So if you're going to improve that, I believe that the applicant should have a release from his neighbor that will affect that. The second thing is that if he has built any structure that is a livable thing, I don't know, he says it's a shed, I don't know, but that requires, number one, fur, not number two, or that you get at Lowe's or Home Depot. You can only get that at Houston or 88 Lumber or places like that. So this is why, that he should have got the plan in the first place. You're making a decision, I think, like right there. I mean, if I was a neighbor, I'd have a heart attack if I was the insurer on that.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Hearing none, I will close.
Can I make a rebuttal?
No, thank you.
Am I done here?
No, I'd like you to stay there. The commission may have some questions for you.
If I may, Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, if I didn't make it clear, the public comment portion is closed. We'll now open it for the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. First of all, I want to keep in mind to this commission that these homes were built in the 1960s, and not one was built with a garage. And I want to remind everybody that this is the Wesley neighborhood that came in front of us months ago to go into a historical neighborhood. I drove your neighborhood about 3 times. I spoke with you on the phone, and I sat in front of your house. You are doing nothing different than every one of your neighbors has done in your neighborhood. And unfortunately, if we're going to tell you to take yours down, we need to go and take 60 more down. And so the reason you're going to see my support tonight on this item is because it was built this way. It was built without garages. You might have not come in with a permit, but I don't know if any of the other 59 homes in there did either. So I know you're nervous, and I know you're very worried about this, but you did your due diligence. You put everything together perfectly for us, and you're going to see my complete support tonight on this because your house is immaculate, it's impeccable, but most importantly to me, the neighbors to either side of you don't care. Now, if they were here tonight complaining to us, we might have a little different story, but in my opinion, it's been there. You didn't get a garage, you did a beautiful job, and your house is impeccable. So you will see my support on this item in the Wesley neighborhood this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Truesdale.
You did. You presented an excellent case. The only thing I didn't hear is, I didn't know. I shouldn't have done it. I made a mistake. I'll do what I can to rectify it. All I heard was, everybody else did it, so I did it, so I should be rewarded for it. That, and I don't have a real heartburn if you wanted to put a carport out front. But the shed structure for the boat, I don't care if it's been there you admitted straight up that I've lived there 25 years. All these improvements I did. And all of them, whether they meet code, don't meet code, never ask. If your neighbor sets his house on fire, does that mean you get to do it too? I mean, this is a bad reward, and I didn't hear one thing that you presented tonight that said, I'm trying to make things better in my neighborhood, and I really want my neighbors to be better. I don't know who called and made a code violation, because based on what you're saying, we'll have 60 more of these applications come through. But just because there's 10 of my neighbors did it and they broke the rules does not justify what you presented here tonight.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I looked through all the photos, and there are quite a few properties out there with carports. However, most of them look like they have the 20-foot setback, 20 foot or more, and quite a few of them look like they're at least 5 foot off the property line. So if we go through looking at a lot of these, I bet we'd find that most of them are in compliance. There are a few which two neighbors come together and both of their carports touch, and we know that that is nowhere in compliance, but just because somebody has a carport doesn't necessarily mean that it's not in compliance. So looking at this, 9 feet off the property where, 15 or 20 feet's required, I just don't know if it's appropriate.
Commissioner Bonar.
I just have one question. Is there any livable area that was added without permits being granted for it?
I'll let the applicant answer that question.
Well, at this point, anything that I say is I haven't been able to deal with Commissioner Trudell's comments or some of the other comments that were made. Yes, there is.
So more than the carport then, there is a livable area that you added without permits? Okay,
That is correct.
you've answered the question.
And is this one of them we're looking at with the skylight above it?
No, that is actually, well, I guess you could consider that a livable thing. It's actually a laundry room shed where my hot water heater is and washer and dryer. It is not connected through the house. It stands on its own structure.
Okay. I'll tell you what, why don't you take 1 minute if you'd like to respond to some of the comments that have been made. If you'll keep your remarks to 1 minute, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, no, it's not correct that if I see my neighbor jump out of a 100-story building that I say that that's okay, and I'll do it also. I'm standing in front of the commission now here, okay? Maybe I haven't done stuff properly in the thing, but let's move on and let's permit what we need to permit and inspect what we need to inspect. I truly believe that my home and my property is an asset to my neighborhood and to my community.
Thank you. Let me just say, I also have some concerns that have been stated. One of them was you were told that you needed a permit and chose to ignore that. And I also see some safety problems here, which is why we have some of the city ordinances we do in the first place. So I'm going to have a hard time supporting this.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, if I can make one more comment on
No,
the
sir.
5.
We're still with the commission. Hang on. Commissioner Bonar.
Can someone explain what the process is that he would have to go through to make things legal? Thank you.
Staff.
Mr. Vice Chairman, through you, this is the first step to legalize it, to get a variance for the setback requirements. The next step would be then to seek building permits from the building department in order to assure that the building, those structures meet code, the building code as it exists today, and that would be the process. So first the variance, and then the building permits come next.
And if I can just follow up on that, so what if he can't meet those requirements? If we grant the variance today, he can't meet those requirements, then what?
If he is unable to meet the requirements of the building code, the structures will either need to be altered to meet the code, or they'll need to be removed in order to do so. Hence, why it's best to seek your building permits prior to construction, so that you can know how the building needs to be designed for safety purposes. Once again, we are discussing life safety issues with structures, and the building codes have been in existence for a long time. Almost 125 years now in the United States.
Mr. Rankin, what would be the best compromise so that this gentleman who's worked so hard on this property, it doesn't have to go and just rip everything down and start over? I mean, to me, that's just ridiculous. I mean, I understand, I'm hearing my commissioners, but it's also all over it's all over the neighborhood. So to compromise for him, so that we don't have to do something as harsh as making him rip down things, what is the easiest way for him to get this where it needs to be, so he doesn't have to rip everything down and the shed and everything else? Because they're all over the neighborhood.
Well, this is the process to do that. The granting of the variances would then allow the building permits to proceed forward. I don't believe any building inspector has been in this location. I know code enforcement's been out, but they would want to do a full review of the plans to ensure that they're safe and built to code. There are ways to bring the structure, if it doesn't meet code, there are ways to bring the structure up to code in order to meet those requirements. Once you go to the zero lot line, there are requirements in the fire code and building code that require a certain amount of fire rating on a wall so that you don't affect your neighbors. If there's a fire in your home, it helps protect the neighbor from a fire at a zero lot line. Part of that protection is the setback requirement. If the setback requirement is varied, then there is construction that you can do to ensure that. It may exist in this home as it was built, but it's unknown at this time.
Thank you.
If I could
Commissioner
just,
Goins.
if I could just ask the applicant, since you testified that you did all this building and enhancement, are you a licensed contractor in any way? Or you work in the construction industry?
Yes, I am not a licensed contractor. I've been in construction my whole life. From what this gentleman over here just said, I go along, I want to make my property right.
So with that being said, you're pretty comfortable that the craftsmanship that you put in this would withstand a structural engineer's review, and quite possibly he'll sign off on it?
Correct.
Very good. And so it's almost like we got the mouse in the trap here.
Yeah.
And the mouse can't get out. But what it also does is it sends a message to all the other mice that the next time you step out to get some cheese, you may get in the trap too. So it's going to happen over a period of time, but what I would caution you is that just follow the rules. Just follow the rules. I understand you feel that, hey, I can come out and build this, and to heck with the code, I know what I'm doing. But what it says is 5 years, 10 years, 60 years, 15 years down the road, it all comes back. So just a word of caution, follow the rules, come down and pull the permits, and make the neighborhood one of the best that it can be. That'd be my advice.
Commissioner Truesdale.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a stab at a motion that I think might address some of the concerns. And truly, you have an attractive house from the street, and it appears to be maintained in that regard. But there are still issues. I think your carport does fall within what we have seen through that neighborhood, and it doesn't attach to any fences. It's freestanding. It's I think if you made the building department comfortable about the structural character, I think you can resolve that. What I have a problem with is the portion that is attached to the fence where the boat structure is. So I would make a motion to approve your variance for the carport but not approve the variance for the building where the boat structure is. I think that has to be removed back from the fence, no matter what. It's an unsafe condition for the neighbors. There's public health and safety.
Am I allowed to comment on that or not?
No, sir. Sorry, we're past that point. I just want to make sure with staff that with that motion, we've addressed all the issues before the Planning Commission.
Well, as the display shows, the awning goes to the 0 lot line, and then there are 2 additional structures as part of that awning. One that you can see in the photographs where the sunroof is, and then another structure that is unseen, the 13 by 10 structure shaded in yellow at the bottom of the picture. I'm not sure. In that case, we would need, if those were to remain, they would need a variance to allow a 3-foot setback where 5 feet is, I believe 5 feet is required? Okay, thank you, Peter. So the structure that needs the setback is the one with the sunroof on it that he indicated was the laundry room.
The other portion, Vice Chairman, is that since no floor plan has been provided, don't know if there's internal access to see if it's actually
Well, maybe-
accessory structure.
Maybe there's a better solution here, because I think with more information, we might find a solution that actually gives us a roadmap to solve this. We could hold this 30 days and have him bring the additional information or provide it to staff and take action at that time. I would withdraw my first motion and move that we hold it for 30 days for him to get you the additional floor plan information and any other modification to the application we might need.
I would agree with you, Commissioner Truesdell.
Commissioner Bonar?
I would also, because of that particular neighbor where the 3-foot setback variance would have to be applied for and received, get the neighbor to agree to that so that he knows if there is any life safety or insurance issue involving him, that he's fully aware of it and make us aware that he is aware.
All right, let me ask you, Mr. Berthasell, a motion is pending to stay this for 30 days to give you a chance to come back with some additional information. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that. Is all that I'm required now to move or to satisfy this commission is a floor plan of the home, or do I need additional material, an inspection of the property?
What I'll ask you to do is talk to staff at some point, maybe during a break or after the meeting. They can tell you exactly what they would require from you.
Okay.
With that, motion's pending from Commissioner Truesdale to stay for 30 days to the next Planning Commission. Please vote.
Okay. So can I get a hold of you by phone? Do I need to stay?
Has everyone voted? Post, please. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items 16, 17, 18, and 19 are all related items. Item 16, VAR 48460, the applicant owner is Charleston Towers LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow lot coverage of 56%, where 50% is the maximum allowed in conjunction with a proposed mixed-use development at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street in Ward 3. Item 17, SUP 48462, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development with a waiver to allow a parking structure to be located along the street frontage of the development site. Item 18, VAC 48465, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate the public alleys generally located south of Garces Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. And finally, item 19, SDR 48464, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed six-story mixed-use development consisting of 166 residential units and 47,100 square feet of commercial space with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the interior property line where an 8-foot wide landscape buffer is required, and to allow a 51-foot residential adjacency setback where a 279-foot setback is required. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the scale of this project has been reduced from the previous entitlement of a 14-story, 355-unit development to a more suitable scale with the nearby office and limited commercial development in the immediate vicinity. This will assist in the redevelopment of the area. Staff recommends approval of the requested site plan review with the waivers and associated with the requested special use permit for a mixed-use development, the variance for increased lot coverage, and the petition to vacate portions of the adjacent alleyways. Please note, we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia, please state your name and address.
Vice Chairman and Commissioners, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110. Pleasure to be before you, and thrilled to be back on a request of this nature. And I think let's start with what staff commented on, which is first, I think we've worked tremendously with the Councilman's office and staff to scale the project so that the character is more in keeping with the neighborhood. At the same time, we've tried to retain at least some of the critical elements that I think staff has mentioned that are noteworthy and supportable. It's a mixed-use project, which today, one of the things we're adding is keeping the residential units of the 6-story that we've reduced it down to. You can see, if you go to the overhead, you can see some of the renderings and the site plan as well. But the scale of it basically creates an outdoor plaza on the lower level for retail and also room for the grocery store. The upper level, of course, is residential for the upper 5 levels. This is kind of what we call the Texas donut, where the residential wraps the building facing the street and the parking garage behind. What we've done is dramatically mitigates the impact of the garage visually, and I think that's recognized in the staff report. So what we've done is created something that's better in keeping in scale, more attractive than I think previously was there, and I think that's recognized. The street vacation essentially here, which we've basically done, is really the alley is currently on our property a little bit further towards Charleston. We're moving a little further to the north to accommodate the building. So there's really essentially no change that ultimately will occur. They'll still provide the necessary trash truck, basically, circulation along the back of the building. With that, Mr. Chairman, we agree with the conditions as well as the analysis staff. The one thing that we would ask, however, is that we would ask instead of the 2 years that we'd be given 3, both the type of project that we're doing here, number one. Number two, originally there was a discussion about a 1-year extension to allow this plan to occur, and then 2 years thereafter, that would be a total of 3. What I asked for instead at the council meeting was that we basically continue the item for a brief period of time, 3 months, so that we could actually do the plan that you have before you, and then ask for 3 years, which would still equal the total that we originally would have had we accomplished it 1 year plus 2. So that, Mr. Chairman, to conclude my presentation, be happy to answer any questions, and again, ask for that 3-year period of time.
Thank you very much. We'll open this to public comment.
Mr. Chairman, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Mr. Garcia, this is beautiful, and I'll still be here in 3 years. The one thing I do have that I would like to ask the applicant, though, will this be called Charleston Towers? And the reason I ask that is because there's an existing structure called Charleston Towers right across from UMC. It's a residential unit for handicapped, I believe. I'm not real sure. But I just didn't want a confusion on the names in case the fire department, somebody gets called Charleston Towers and they go to the wrong place.
Mr. Garcia, what's the plan name?
This is only for purposes of the application. Obviously, this is a carryover from the original entitlements, not an actual project as it will be built and marketed. So clearly it's not a tower, number one. So it won't be a Charleston Tower in any case.
All right. Maybe the Charleston Short Tower. All right. Mr. Milo.
Charleston Heights is a project in Chicago. That helps it.
There you go.
Edward Miley, 711 South 9th Street. Unlike the applicant, who may not be familiar with the area, I've been in the area for 10 years. My building's there. Interestingly, he bought the entire block except for 3 places: an office on the corner, a residence in the middle who may or may not be here, and then there's my office. So my office directly abuts apparently his parking garage, something I'm not real happy about. Something else I'm not happy about, and the commission may not remember this or not, but about 5 years ago, they tried to do the same thing. They didn't have financing. They actually lost it to the bank. They tried to get approval, tried to flip it. My understanding is the bank foreclosed. The bank actually made money on it because I think they actually paid more than what they foreclosed the property. But interestingly enough, there's some interesting things about that back alleyway that have some problems, and I'm not going to necessarily address them right now because it's probably not the time or the place, other than the fact the fire department put a hold on it because the fire department has to be able to get around the corner the way it's done. There has to be a specialized knuckle. Again, I've already gone in front of city council previously with this problem. In fact, the previous people to get this approved even said it's going to be a union project. But the interesting thing is that I didn't find out about this project until signs came up. So we started investigating or whatever it is. I actually have my secretary speak to one of our neighbors. The neighbor talking about this was basically thought that I was for the project and what was going on. And my secretary said, "What are you talking about?" Well, apparently one of the representatives of the builder came into my office, said that he was a business broker and wanted to talk to me about selling my business. I was in the office. I heard the conversation. I was working. It was during lunch hour. My secretary said, "No, I'm not interested." He goes, "Do you speak for Mr. Miley?" And she's like, "Yeah, basically. He doesn't want to sell the business." Then I find out about all this going on. It's odd to me that we have professionals, and especially attorneys, there's people that are living there. It's an interesting area, but they don't contact me and say, "Look, we want to build this. What are your concerns? What do you like? What do you not like?" Anything. The first thing we get is a sign going up. The next thing we get is a letter. Not once have they contacted me to say, "Hey, what are your concerns? What would you like? What would you not like?" Anything. As you know, they're talking about taking out the alleyway. The only way for egress and ingress into my parking area is in the back. It's the backyard is essentially parking area, and it's gated. The parking in front, except for the residents, is 2 hours in the entire street. So if you take out the alley, you take away my parking lot for my staff or whatever it is. And essentially, unless you're going to change the parking so that you can park all day, which I don't think they're going to want to have. I know I don't, because I have clients that have to park in front of me because I have to make money, which pays for the taxes for these schemes that they want to try and do again. But regardless of that, my staff's going to park on the street, take away space of people that can come hire me and other individuals who are going to be here and talk against this project. But I have no place to park, and every 2 hours we're going to have to sit there and play games like they do in Chicago and double park or whatever it is. This is another example where they don't have the money. Occupancy rates right now don't justify what they're trying to do, and that may be a different argument for the city council. But they're trying to get 3 years so they can potentially flip it. That's what they did last time. Last time we were at least fortunate enough because one of the homes directly behind me became trashed with homeless people that we had them tear it down. And that was at least nice because Oscar Goodman said this is a blight. You need to tear it down. So we at least did something out of the last owner. But it's disruptive to the businesses. It's going to be disruptive for years. They haven't contacted the people that actually live there. They don't even own the street, and none of the plans they talk about even mention what they do and don't own. Apparently, I'm guessing it's on the right-hand side, the lower right-hand side, I can't point to it, but you can see where it is, are the 3 buildings that are left. They want 3 years to build it. What's that going to do to property values between now and the next 3 years? Again, something else that we're going to have to address, but I'm going to have to live in there. I've been in there for 10 years. I'm not trying to flip the property. I'm actually improving the property, and I bought the property when it was a sketchy area, and as you know, the city has gone down, has done better and better. The economy is coming back, and that's great. Does this area of Charleston have more than 30% occupancy? My understanding, talking to real estate agents, is no. If you want to get up closer by Zappos or whatever it is, sorry, waste my office, by City Hall, Old City Hall, occupancy is fairly high. This is on Las Vegas, or off of Las Vegas Boulevard. This is on Charleston and basically Maryland Parkway. There's a 7-Eleven there. There's a Salvadoran restaurant across the street.
Mr. Miley, I'm going to give you 1 more minute.
I'm sorry, I'm used to these timelines. I'm an attorney, if you couldn't tell. Basically,
we can tell.
Basically, I'll make this as short as I can because I have notes that I can't even read. But
The most insensitive thing to me is that they don't talk to us. He apparently, and I don't know if that's true or not, this is what I've heard, come to us, what are your concerns? What do you want to do? What do you not want to do? Once again, they haven't done that. It's going to disrupt the business, decrease the property value, effectively take away my back lot, and destroy my business. That's something that the economy has already done in Las Vegas. We don't need more people that are without a job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looks like we may have several people speaking. If you'll try to keep your comments brief and do your best to not repeat something that someone else has said already. Please state your name and address.
My name is Kyle Greenwood. I live at 711 Park Paseo. And my concern is that they're asking for a 0-foot wide landscape buffer. I do see that in the design, they have land, or at least a pedestrian mall with trees. But my concern is that I live right across the street from where they have the Lead Legal Center. And I got some of these cars saying that they were going to put a 6-foot parking structure, which I thought was going to be great because then I could invite all my friends over because there's parking. And now there's a building there and I don't see any parking structure. So, you know, if they ask for a variance, well, they don't have to put any landscape in there. So I would really like to disagree with giving them a 0-foot property buffer when everybody else has to live with 8.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Schuff. I own the property at 630 South 10th Street, directly across the street from the planned project. And I have a business there. I've owned the property for almost 10 years. And we, at this point, I don't understand what's actually going to be right directly across the street from me, but I don't see that the residential I do see that the residential impact that he's proposing will directly affect my business and my parking. I have a business to run that I need access to my street. I need clients to have access to my street. And with the proposed parking and the proposed residential building that he's planning, I don't see that happening. And I would just like to voice my opinion that I object to this project. And again, I too was not contacted at all, and I am directly across the street from the project, proposed project.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen August. I own the house at 707 South 9th Street. I'm right next to Mr. Miley.
For the record, she wanted me to stand up here. She's a little nervous, so I'm not going to say any more, but she just wanted
But
to stand.
I've been there for 35 years, and I have an alley entrance, and I have a garage behind my house. It's detached. And there is really no parking on the street as it now, because you have to either move your cars, because it's 2 hours across the street or 1 hour, and just a small little driveway coming up into the home. Also, the impact of what's gone on prior to this, what he spoke about was true. And also before that, they had a different plan where they were planning on purchasing these two properties because the corner property wasn't that viable for what they needed. But it left us in a ton of construction, just like they did on the corner. That took almost 2 years. They had asbestos in those properties next door to me, which I got sick, deathly sick, after they tore it down, before they decided there was asbestos. Then they came and bagged the property. It was a little late. It was a corner piece, and it's a 4,500 square foot building. And I went through that for almost 2 years. So I would like you to at least consider 35 years there, and that this is going to be a nightmare for somebody living in the home. He goes home after 5 o'clock.
No, I don't.
Oh, well, I didn't know.
Not 5.
But that's my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Larry Harrison. I'm at 724 South 9th Street. I happen to have a health insurance agency there. I've been there for 11 years. And my concerns are, and I'm totally neutral on this, I am not either for or against, but I do have concerns. My concerns are the street could be torn up for a year, and that would be a huge detriment to my business. I wasn't notified of the project in advance, nor was anybody else that I've heard of. And I know that if there is going to be a construction site of this size, they're going to need a office, a construction office, a place to park cars, or a place to stage materials. By me. I am totally neutral. I don't want to stand in the way of progress, but there has to be some considerations for the project of this size. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, why don't you take a couple of minutes to respond, and then we'll close the public comment section.
Chairman, thank you. Let me start by indicating, and I think there was a comment that this, the prior property or whatever else was going on, this is a new owner that has taken ownership through the bank foreclosure process. Secondly, we are dramatically reducing the impact to the neighborhood by reducing this from what was staff described a 14-story building. We're staying within the same footprint, the same variances that were previously approved essentially, and reducing this thing down dramatically. So the impacts are going, and scale and compatibility get much better. As far as meeting with the neighbors, we're happy to sit down with them and discuss some of the questions about how this is going to be phased and developed and constructed. Clearly, we'll have to work those out. We're not at a point yet where that's practical. As far as the alley's concerned, if we go back to the overhead quickly, staff maybe can put that vacation aerial back on. You can see that basically our property here, we surround. This is the property that's not part of our project. Our property surrounds both sides of the alley that are indicated for vacation. What ultimately happens then, as you can see on the site plan, that alley moves from its current location to basically to the north so that circulation for trash trucks occurs. We've met with the fire department, and the fire department does not need nor intend to use the alley for fire truck access. So the design that will be ultimately approved by the city will be reflected for traffic access, not for fire truck. As to the issue of parking, the project is basically designed to self-park for both residential and retail. We have an underground parking garage in addition to what you see that would be both for the residential, so below there's another level of parking garage as well that I could show you, but that exists, so there's ample parking that's been provided within the project. On the landscape issue, let me show you basically on that. You can see it on that site plan, but it'll show up probably a little better on the colored landscape plan. The landscaping that's been addressed is what we're doing essentially is rather than doing landscaping that would be typical of a suburban project, the landscaping here is an urban streetscape. So we're going to have street trees, we're going to have planters, those kinds of things that'll be at the street level. What we're not doing is in a conventional suburban style. So the streetscape is going to be, I think, set a pattern as you can see here, wrapping the entire project with basically pavement as well as street trees and amenities that'll be in the plaza area that are below the building level, that are part of the entrance into the grocery store and the retail area. So that's basically the request. This is an urban style as opposed to a suburban style, and that's the nature of the request and the change in the landscaping. Hopefully, Mr. Chairman, I've addressed the questions, and again, we want to reiterate, we're happy to sit down with the neighbors and talk to them about all the details of this, but hopefully they can recognize that we're making a dramatic reduction in the impact and improving things, not making things worse, and we'll continue to work with our neighbors as we're going forward to try and make things better for everybody, because I think this is the progress, this is the future, and by the way, anecdotally from everybody we've talked to, and I think was indicated here, the demand for this kind of residential housing in the downtown is sorely needed and dramatically going up.
Thank you. Public comment is closed, and we'll open it for discussion with the Planning Commission.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Schlotman?
Let me ask the applicant several questions. Going on the landscape plan, is it shrubs or, could you reiterate, is it shrubs and a mixture of trees going around the property?
There'll clearly be Mr. Chairman, to answer directly, there will be both, combination of both. There'll be the urban street trees as well as shrub and planter materials.
Okay. And will that be shade trees or palm trees going around the perimeter of the property?
They're not shade trees. I don't, let me see, I've got the plant schedule here is before you, but let me give you a list of, some of them, just read them here. Catalpa trees, those are 36-inch box trees, and some Catalpa, another variety of Catalpas, those are 24-inch box. Some African sumacs, 24-inch box. There will be some date palms that are 20-inch in height. Then there's some Chilean mesquites, 24-inch box. So there's a variety of trees, both for attractiveness as well as shade. So they're not just a Mexican palm, which is a stick, kind of a look.
That's great, because as we build more of these projects downtown, we need to have more shade for individuals walking all of our concrete trails around downtown. A question about the parking garage, the big retailer that you were planning on having at the front, is that supposed to be a grocery store, or have you figured out what you were putting in the 34,000 square foot retail space?
Again, going to the overhead here, you can see that large box that you refer to there, that large retail space isn't designed and intended to be a grocery anchor. And then you can see here on the lower below it, I have the underground parking or lower level parking that's actually below that grocery store. And then above that, there's additional parking as well for 3 stories up.
Approximately how many parking spaces do you have below the retail space?
I don't remember the exact count on this level. It's 180 cars.
Okay.
Just in that level alone.
And I'm sure calculations been done to make sure that based on that size and volume of retail space, that is a pretty fair amount of parking spaces provided?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. I think and of course, not only to trust the architect let alone myself, it is certainly staff has scrutinized it, and we've spent a lot of time discussing every aspect of this. And so I think from that standpoint, both from a market standpoint, my client, as well as from the city, I believe it is certainly adequate.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may carry on with a few more questions.
Certainly.
How many parking spaces do you have on site for the residents in the parking garage?
Total parking, let's see, underground 180, the total is 430.
And you have 160, how many?
180 below ground, and then the total of 430, including the 180, but 430 overall.
How many residential spaces?
The breakdown is broken down just total, but the parking requirement for the residential, let's see, well, we've got retail 47,000 basically, so the actual parking requirement, that is 189. We have then, for the residential, we have about a little less than 100, about 170 approximately units, a little less. Total parking, let's see, for that, well, so what, 190 from 430 roughly, whatever that is quickly, mental math. But
that was a lot of numbers.
That's a lot of numbers.
How many parking spaces per residential space do you have?
The
not including the retail parking garage.
The requirement, basically, the way the code breaks it down, we have different, for the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, they're broken out differently. The residential requirement, we have, as I said, 189 for the retail, and we have 299 for the residential, basically is the way it works out.
Okay, so it sounds like instead of everybody parking on the streets, we have provided enough parking space on site for all the residents.
That's correct. That's the intent. Again, the project will self-park, Mr. Chairman.
And then the alley, I know we're vacating part of that T-head portion of that alley, but the other remains a public alley, and then you're creating a private drive heading out to 9th Street. But the alley portion will remain public alley, so everybody will be able to access the rear of their businesses. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I look at the occupancy rates in downtown quite often and keep up with it. I don't hardly leave downtown, so I know what's going on down here. And Streamline, which is the Ogden, is 100% full. Newport and Jewel is completely full. Newport and Soho Lofts. Jewel, they just started leasing 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and they're at 65%. We rent one of our properties down here with 30 units, and we're 100%. So I do think that there's a need, and with all the individuals moving to town, start new businesses, not only the Zappos employees, it's a number of people moving down here. Another one's Loctane. You got to get on the waiting list to get into that place. So affordable rental units is necessary. I think the 16-story or 14-story that was previously approved would have been an eyesore right there on Charleston. I think when you bring it down to 4 to 6 stories, I think it's a lot better. Fits with the neighborhood a lot better. This is the type of development that I seen in Dallas 10 years ago before moving out here, and it just created more opportunity within that area. And then with Nevada Legal Aid coming in, this a couple blocks down, it'll help start to redevelop Charleston Boulevard, which is in desperate need of redevelopment. So anyways, I just hope that if we approve this, that within 3 years, we're not sitting here asking for another extension of time. Because I hate to see speculators get a hold of land, sit on it, and then that pretty much hurts our redevelopment efforts. But I'm not even sure if I'm ready to approve this or hold it tonight and let you speak with some of the neighbors that back up to your property. But I'd love to hear from my other commissioners before making a motion.
Vice Chair, I understand the neighbors have concerns. This project is remarkably better than the one that was presented previously, which was pure spec and was never going to go anywhere anyway. But your concerns, not that they are not as important as this property owners or anybody else, if we keep pushing back development downtown, we'll be here another 20 years from now, and the speculators will be the ones driving the train. It's great what Zappos is doing. It's great what Ms. Schlottman's doing in some of his projects down there and other developments, but we need bodies living down there or you'll never have a grocery store. Traffic is a problem of a successful downtown. Downtowns in the Midwest that are dead don't have any traffic problems, and the individuals spoke about their businesses being affected. No activity downtown affects your business far greater than too much activity. I think there may be a challenge getting the grocery committed in a time window that you think, but the residential is far overdue. And if we don't get residential in the pipeline down here, all we're telling is those residential units that exist, you can double your rents and you can create a little pocket of success, and we won't have the overall improvement of downtown. I like your project. I think it's far more consistent in addressing what this portion of downtown needs to be, because you do have a neighborhood of a lot of small attorneys' offices and small professional offices, and you cross Charleston, you have a lot of, in the John S. Park historic neighborhood, they've always been concerned about the larger buildings, but this is probably sized appropriately that will bring people downtown that live, work, shop, and stay down there. So I'm going to support the project because I think it did address the major concerns, the alleyway of access. We have in our code specific requirements that address construction staging and those impacts. This individual, this private developer, will have a much greater control over how they develop than certain street projects that we all see around downtown and around the valley that affect all our businesses. And it sounds good, but there's not much redress for that. It is what it is. So I think the developer is going to be sensitive to this, and it's an evolution of downtown that has to happen. So, thank you.
Commissioner Bonar.
Just want to impress on the applicant, you better be a good neighbor. You better meet with your neighbors, even if you're not required to. I think you better find out what their concerns are. You've heard some of them. You probably just scratched the surface. You better treat everybody with kindness during construction. I guess always is my main is health and safety. And when I see a grocery store with wet trash, I want to look very carefully how that trash is delivered, picked up and taken away and stored in the meantime till the trash truck comes. You have some neighbors there that are either little business or residences, and you've got to treat them with kid gloves and know them before you start construction.
Commissioner Schlotman, having heard from your fellow commissioners, you prepared to make a motion?
Yes, I think what I'd like to do is go ahead and move this one along with the understanding that before City Council, you meet with all these people, so I suggest you go out here in a minute, regardless of what our motion is, and get their numbers, meet with them, and because I'll call Bob Coffin, tell him to ask you at the next meeting. So for item number 16, VAR 48460, I'd make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Please vote. Post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chair, on item number 17, SUP 48462, I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
That motion also carries.
And on item number 18, VAC 48465, I'd make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Motion carries.
And the last item, number 19, SDR 48464, I would make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
And that motion also carries.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, these items go forward to City Council on May the 15th.
Items 20 and 21 are related. Item 20, MSP 48470. The applicant owner is SH Northeast Land Company, LLC, for possible action on a request for a master sign plan for a proposed 219,100 square foot shopping center on 18.11 acres adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 220 feet east of Hualapai Way in Ward 2. Item 21 is SDR 48469. This is for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 219,100 square foot shopping center with a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along a portion of the west and south property lines where 8 feet is required. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the project consists of 290,000 square foot inline multi-tenant retail building and 5 perimeter pads ranging in size from 2,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet. 2 pedestrian plazas are provided at the front of the multi-tenant building, and 1 is provided along each frontage adjacent to Pad A and Pad C. Access to the site would be from 2 driveways along each street, and secondary access is planned from existing commercial corner parcel. The pad sites are located along the street frontage and allow for 2 drive-through uses. The site will be extensively landscaped, including interior meetings and around traffic circles. However, instead of perimeter trees along 2 frontages, decorative stone pedestals containing tiers of planters are proposed. This design requires an exception from Title 19 landscape requirements. The amenity zones required along the 2 primary arterials are also provided. However, no landscaping is provided within these areas. A condition has been added to conformance to Title 19.04 complete street standards to meet that requirement. A waiver and exception are needed to allow no buffer adjacent to the corner parcel, a modified parking lot design that omits some trees and allows smaller screening trees along the east property line. As the waiver and exceptions are minor, the development as a whole meets the intent of Title 19, and the site is adequately screened so as to be compatible with the existing adjacent development. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's request with conditions that include provisions of the streetscape within the amenity zones. Please note we have received additional protests and support since publication. We do have a few condition changes in regards to item number 20 for the master sign plan. Condition number 3, if approved, should read as follows: conformance with the site plan date stamp 3/12/13 and sign elevations and documentation date stamp 2/21/13, 2/28/13, and 3/12/13, accepted and amended as conditions herein. And on item number 21, staff notes that that there's a public condition, number 19 needs to be amended if approved regarding the sewer easement. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me, as you can see, is Greg Borgell. Also in the audience, we have 2 of the applicant's principals, Johan Lowy and Frank Pankratz. We want to thank staff for recommending approval of our exciting new project. However, there are a few conditions and related matters that we want to address. One is the statement that the Coley Ranch Design Review Committee will review our proposed development. Our parcel is not subject to the Coley Ranch CC&Rs and is not in their HOA. We have provided your staff with a letter from the HOA's attorney confirming our position. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Borgell, who will address the remaining conditions and related matters that need clarification.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street. As Mr. Brown said, we find ourselves in almost complete agreement with staff with their conditions. I guess I would characterize our comments here as clarifications and responses to issues that may have been raised. First of all, with regard to the additional protests that were received, we examined those protests, and to the extent that some of them stated an actual protest, I can perhaps dispense with a couple of concerns. No, this is not a Walmart center. It is, as presented here, a big box center, but not a Walmart-type center. It, in fact, would have, although the plans would show 7 retail units in the inline portion, we now know that we're probably going to have 12 or 14. So although it's a big box center, it's not a real big box center. In other words, we're getting demand for slightly smaller units than we anticipated. So I would point out that to you, and also so the record reflects that we would not be held to 7 retail units, because we know now we will have more than that. Secondly, some of the concerns expressed in the letters that were received talked about the notice that everyone received, and there were almost 1,000 notices sent out by the city about 0 perimeter landscaping. So just for clarity, we are only going to have one stretch of what is being identified as perimeter without landscaping, and that is the point where we adjoin the existing convenience market on the immediate corner. This stretch here, in order to maintain connection, will not have landscaping. But the perimeter, which most people would think of as the perimeter of our project, is abundantly landscaped. And in fact, we have resolved, I think, the issue that was raised, and staff has referred to, about the possible difficulty of landscaping the east property line. There is a sewer easement there, but we've reached a resolution. I think perhaps I'll pause after I make this point and make sure that we really do have a resolution of relocating that sewer easement enough, but leaving the sewer in place, but relocating the total easement enough so that we can properly landscape the east property line. And as I said, I think I'll pause at this point and make sure that we are on board with staff with that concept.
Through you,
Public Works.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Vice Chair. I can actually add the modifier condition at this point, too. We do agree with the condition change for condition number 19 of the SDR. And I'd like to just read it in as following. Adding to the existing condition, we have alternatively submit a vacation application acceptable to the sanitary sewer planning section of the Department of Public Works for the easterly portions of the existing sewer easement where trees 3 feet or higher will be planted, and grant a new public sewer easement to maintain a minimum 20-foot sewer easement width. In either case, drivable access to existing sewer manholes must be maintained, and no trees or vegetation taller than 3 feet, and no structures shall be allowed within the public sewer easements.
And we think that resolves it in a manner that it allows us to do the landscaping that this developer always prefers to do, which is considerably better overall, we believe, than even the city's good standards out here. So we want to get to that point. And this issue here, we think, would be a non-issue. So that takes care of the landscaping as discussed on those points. Moving to the landscaping along Sahara, and I may have misheard staff, but for clarity, we are not proposing solely to have the structural flower beds that we have told many of you about and which staff says would be there. And these would not be pots. These would be structural beds of considerable height and architectural quality. But we're not proposing to have solely those along Sahara. There would, in fact, be 15 trees in addition to the flower structures that are along Sahara. And likewise on Wallapai, we would have 7 trees in addition to the flower structures. We think that that fulfills, or more than fulfills, the intent of the code. And we would ask you to approve the plan in that fashion. And we believe, in effect, that directs the result of condition number 9, which calls for us to follow the complete street standards of 19.05. We're asking to substitute this plan as we believe superior to, but certainly satisfying the intent of the standard plan. Staff, I thought, said that there would be no trees. We will plant trees in addition to the flower structures. That is not admittedly the standard plan, which is referenced in, I believe, condition 9, and if staff wants to speak to any of the other landscape conditions on that, we're seeking to have that plan that I've just described and which we believe was correctly submitted to staff approved. Moving on from there, I would point out on the whole issue of trees that we are going to have substantially more trees on the property as a whole than the code would require. We are changing the locations of some, but in the bottom line, we contemplate that we will have at least 50 more trees on the site than would otherwise be provided. We also wanted to clarify, and again, perhaps Public Works can join in agreeing with us on this. On condition 25, we realize we have responsibility for completing drainage in the area since we're the last parcel to be developed on this drainage route. But infrastructure is complete to our west and to our east, and we want to make sure, and we believe Public Works has told us, that condition number 25 is not intended for us to have to make new regional or neighborhood infrastructure improvements, but merely to accommodate on our property connections appropriate to facilitate the existing infrastructure. And again, I guess I'd want to pause and make sure with Public Works that we really have that understanding.
Through you, Mr. Vice Chair. There actually is a local facility in Hualapai Way that this project will have to address through their drainage study. So it's true in the neighborhood plans. The neighborhood plan shows a facility in Hualapai Way. It doesn't show any other facility adjacent to this site. So they will have to address the water that, comes onto their site, the flood water that goes onto their site. But the main point of having the study is to determine what other mitigation they have to do beyond picking up that water on Hualapai. We don't think that there's any plan to, there's no plan to have any facility in Sahara, east of this site. But it all depends on how they submit the drainage study and what they recommend to the city, how they're going to mitigate the flood water that we will have to look at. Has to be, local criteria.
And we are not objecting to the drainage study and obviously not objecting to complying with it, but the condition could be read to cause us to put new infrastructure upstream and downstream, which is already in place. And so that's perfectly satisfactory if you're comfortable with that answer.
You're sufficient with that record?
Pardon me?
You're sufficient with the
Yes,
record that's been made?
we're fine. We understand that we have to deal with the drainage by means of a drainage study, and that there are existing outlets, for example, in Hualapai we have to accommodate, and that we do not have facilities immediately adjacent to our east. One thing, since I assume we have some neighbors here of concern, we think we've done a real good job of dealing with the neighbors. As we said, staff sent out 1,000 notices. There were 19 concerns expressed, some of which were simply from people who said they didn't approve. We addressed the comments that had comments on them. But in addition to that, we sent out 59 notices to our neighbors to the north and east, inviting them to review the plans and to provide us with their comments. We had one response from one neighbor. The principals met with him and explained what we're doing. I don't know him. We'll see if he's here and if he wants to speak later. But we explained what we're doing, and we explained why we think this is an appropriate design. Specifically, I want to put in the record here that this property, because of the multifamily to the north and the RPD 7 to the east, is not actually responsible, as your staff report points out, for a residential adjacency setback. There's no special setback applied to this property. However, our architect designed it to substantially comply, and by substantially I mean more than 90% comply, as though there were a residential adjacency standard. So this developer has been very respectful of the neighbors by designing to a higher standard of setback, et cetera, than we would actually have been required to do. And that is at some cost in terms of design. I mean, you can get more on this property if you build to the maximum or ask for setback waivers, and none of that is here. This is a developer who has a record at Tivoli and at Queensridge Towers of building the top quality in town and doing more than the minimum, and that's what he's doing here.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up in the next minute or so.
Well, I don't know if I can drag it out for a minute. I just wanted to say that we've submitted a color board to staff showing the types of materials we're using. We would hope you understand that the developer here has a certain artistic flair about his projects, and that there may be some minor deviations from that color board, but we're going to come up with a quality product similar to what you see at Tivoli and substantially go with the colors that were turned in.
Thank you very much. Open this to public comment. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. One thing I like about these two distinguished doctorates is that they do their homework. That's appreciated. I am curious about those circles out there. Are those roundabouts on the traffic thing through your?
Yes.
Mr. Borgell.
Yes, these are traffic circles.
That's an interesting concept.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Jan Porter. I'm the general manager of Peccoli Ranch. The address for the association is 9501 Red Hills Road. We have not had the privilege of seeing this because, as the esteemed gentleman says, they do not believe they have an obligation to Peccoli Ranch. And I believe the letter that he referred to from our attorney addressed the fact that that may be the case, but we reserve the right to readdress it. I want to just kind of bring into your viewpoint, and thank you so much, Frank. Okay, I think I have both facing north. Coming before the commission in a separate project is a study that we had with our drainage. One of our big issues with the project is to have clarification, and the director and Mr. Rankin were very kind to point out in their language there's a caveat for 18 and 25 for these things to be addressed in the standard disclosures. But what we want to look at is the property is this area here. The demographics show that the floodwaters should go towards Sahara. But in this section right through here, that area will come right through this area of the flood channel that goes off of this multifamily into our flood channel. Now, we are in the process because Director has presented to Peccole Ranch the Walkable Las Vegas program, and we have embraced that. And we're working on revitalizing and rehabilitating some of our flood channels. You'll get to hear about that later. But we have a concern in our 100-year flood channel that the floodwaters that come off into this area are pretty much at capacity. So our concern is, do the floodwaters, or the waters from runoff, and we have a lot of nuisance water in Peccole Ranch, do those go off to Sahara, or do they run off down into Peccole Ranch? Because that will substantially impact our long-term plans. And that's one of the big issues that we have. Now, because we also embrace the Walkable Las Vegas program, we have throughout Peccole Ranch, along Charleston, along Hualapai, along Fort Apache, and along Sahara, added substantial trees, 24-inch box trees, and to make the sidewalks shaded, because that's what the director wanted. And we've had just such a wonderful time really revitalizing the walking paths of Peccole Ranch. So for us to hear that these are flower pots, you know, we're comforted by the fact that there are 15 trees there, so we're looking forward to that. But all we really would like to have is to invite these gentlemen to come to Peccole Ranch. We'll have a meeting before the May City Council meeting, have them just present it. We'll invite all of the neighbors so that we can hear what's going on. But when the Peccoles developed the Peccole Ranch Phase 2, this parcel was shown in the mappings that are recorded in the county. So that's why we kind of feel we should have the right to say, hey, are you planting some trees? Great. We love trees. So that's kind of why I'm here tonight.
Ms. Porter, if I could just ask a follow-up question.
Certainly.
You asked the question about drainage, and I don't know if you're asking for that to be responded to tonight by staff, by the applicant, or if this is something you're looking for when the drainage study comes through.
Oh, Frank says he's ready.
Okay.
Well, I'm not frank, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
well, in another sense, I try to be frank. So,
Yes.
Mr. Borgell, you know, but before I ask you to respond to that, I'm going to ask you to hold that because we have someone else
I'm
speaking.
sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Kyle Greenwood, 711 Park Paseo. Looking at the two proposals that we've seen in the last hour, I would definitely support this one because they are much more in tune to providing the green spaces and a much more responsible retail area. So this is the kind of project that I would like to see growing in our area.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Borgell, if you'll respond briefly.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Porter raised two questions. First, on the issue of meeting with them, I would simply have to defer to let them meet with the principals in the lobby and see if something can be set up, and they'll have that opportunity. On the more serious question of the drainage, although we have said that we're going to be subject to the drainage study, we have zero intention and do not believe it'll be necessary and are not planning to put any drainage to the north through her area. The drainage is intended to go out to Sahara, perhaps at the Hualapai Inlet, perhaps to the southeast corner, but our plans are based on not draining in the manner that she was concerned about.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed. Open this to discussion with the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bonar.
I came with a list of questions, but the presentation was too darn good. I would like to talk about the sewer, actually it's storm management that we're dealing with, and if we can get a commitment about putting your drainage off that does not go to the north is part of your guidance to the drainage study, that would be good to know. Let me listen to the rest of the comments before I sum up, if I can.
Commissioner Goins.
Just a couple of comments. I know I talked with the principals today, and I just wanted to put on the record that I always think we should notate when a developer goes beyond the call of duty, especially when you talk about buffering and residential adjacency standards. I think not only on this project, but every project that this developer has built, he and his group has looked at it from let's protect the neighbors first, and so we're more concerned about the folks around us than we really are about what we're doing. And I just wanted to take the time to compliment him and applaud him for going way beyond what the code requires. And I think with that type of standard being set, I think you see when you drive up in this area the results of that forethought and that planning that went into his project. So just want to commend you.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn.
Just for the record, I also met with the principals today, and I think anything that is comparable to Tivoli is going to be so outstanding for that corner. And again, I agree with Byron. He goes beyond the call of duty, and I don't think that there will be a concern that he won't meet with the Pecoli people or the neighbors, because he's not only here to do a great project, he's here to please the neighborhood. And I commend you, and I thank you for your good development, sir.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, through you, Chair. I met with the property owners and the applicants' representatives yesterday, and my first question always every time one of these shopping centers comes up is what's it going to look like from the back? And it's so heavily landscaped, so the neighbors won't be able to see the back. And so 2 thumbs up there. Everything else that from over landscaping, parking lot islands, not saying you can't do it because it's too expensive and this and that, you did it. So I encourage you to keep building more and come to downtown. We need you.
Ms. Porter. Yeah.
And I guess we owed a response to Commissioner Bonar if other questions are raised. Our proposal will be to drain to Sahara and Wallapai, not to the north. That's what we will propose. We obviously can't commit to what Public Works will approve, but that is our proposal.
Commissioner Bonar.
Unless there's other comments, I've got a couple of things. There is one waiver requested. Frankly, it's as if there's no waivers requested, because the rationale for where that one waiver is needed is so that the service station, I should call it by its name, it's a gas station. There used to be service in those old things. But there's a driving connection between the service station and the center, which is a better synergy for everybody. So even though there's one waiver, it's an insignificant waiver. The frontage along Charleston's probably the item that I'm having the most concern about, not worry, because of the reputation of the designers that have put this together. I think it's going to be more of an artwork than it is going to be a series of potted plants, if you want to call it that. And I'm looking forward to seeing some renderings, and of course the completion of that frontage with the Charleston treatment that has been proposed in 2-dimension. So I'm looking forward to that. Other than that, I don't have any other problems, with one exception. If there was a commitment from Public Works, which I missed, that there be no regional infrastructure required, I'd like to have that repeated to me. I understand they have to deal with the storm management, and they have a couple ways to do that. The drainage study will be imposed there. But is there any potential for having regional infrastructure on upstream or downstream?
Through you, Mr. Vice Chair, last I talked to our flood control section, there was no regional facility. There's a local facility in Hualapai.
Local's fine.
There's a larger regional facility that they could possibly connect to manage some of their water in Hualapai and Sahara. But there's no regional facility for them to build. There is a local facility for them to build.
Thank you for the answer. Ready to make a motion?
Yes, are you prepared to make a motion?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Item number 20, MSP 48470, move to approve with all staff conditions.
And if I might just note for the record, Commissioner Bonar, there was a request on the part of staff to modify condition number 3.
Sorry.
Mr. Rankin has already read that into the record. Would you accept that as part
I
of your motion?
accept that, and I intended to include it. Thank you for the
Great,
oversight.
thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
So the motion is pending with the stated modified condition.
Thank you.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And
Got one more.
as for item number 21, SDR 48469, move to approve with all staff conditions and the commitment made to at least make the honest attempt to move all drainage water to the, away from the north.
Commissioner Bonar, we had asked that you recognize our proposed landscape plan along Sahara, which we believe staff does not feel fully complies with their condition number 9, whether it's an amendment of the condition or direction that we think it does comply, we'd like to get to that point.
With the alternative landscaping description that we've had presented to us, let me amend my motion to include the alternate landscaping plan that has been proposed on today's drawings,
As well as the modified condition 19, correct?
as well as modified condition 19, correct.
Okay, please vote.
One afterthought when you're ready.
That motion carries.
As far as the Architectural Board of Review or whoever may or may not have control, it is a legal matter, and that's beyond our purview in any case. So I'm sure you'll handle that.
That
one way
doesn't
or
prevent us talking to our neighbors, so that's fine. And
Right.
thank you for the
Thank you,
time
yeah.
you devoted to
Director.
it.
And Mr. Vice Chair, this item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you again.
Okay. Are we okay moving forward? Does someone need a break? Okay. We are now at items 22 and 23. Before I read those in, there was a request made by some of the homeowners to trail this. Are any homeowners here? Have you shown up from the meeting that you were, okay, then we're going to go forward. Items 22 and 23 are related. Item 22 is SUP 48175. The applicant is Nevada Restaurant Services Incorporated, and the owner is Inland Diversified Las Vegas Centennial Gateway, LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,936 square foot liquor establishment, tavern, with a waiver to allow such use to be located on a 16-acre parcel within the Service Commercial District, where the minimum parcel size required is 50 acres at 5643 Centennial Center Boulevard, Suite 160 in Ward 6. The related item number 23 is SUP 48176. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment restricted with a waiver to allow a 0-foot separation distance where a minimum 330-foot separation distance from any single-family detached dwelling is required. May we please have the staff report?
Well, Mr. Vice Chairman, staff recommends denial of the proposed uses as the waiver to the required lot size for the liquor establishment and a waiver from the minimum separation distance for gaming demonstrates that the proposed development is not harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110. Pleasure to be before you. Go to the exhibits on the overhead. please. Let me identify the location of so that we're right here. You can see portions of the 95 running along to the east. This is Ann Road to the south, and Centennial Center Boulevard that continues to the north and west, that goes into the rest of the town center area, commercial. Our location is right here next to the Fresh and Easy. This box is the Fresh and Easy, the major there, and then we're in this immediately to the west, that tenant space, about 3,000 square feet. The proposed use has been discussed, and I think there are two questions here to address for you. One is a waiver, and the second one is a waiver. One's related to the waiver for a 50-acre parcel. As you can see, probably throughout in this particular exhibit here, throughout this area that parallels the Centennial Center and goes up parallel to the 95 and the 215 is an all commercial area. We think we meet the spirit and intent in both these waiver requests in that there is no 50-acre parcel in that area, and basically, given the large commercial concentration close to the freeway interchanges, in a corridor that's meant for intense commercial uses, this is an appropriate type of use that you would expect to find in that kind of commercial area. Secondly, I'll point to this exhibit over here. We think we meet the intent of clearly the intent of the town center guidelines. This would be appropriate and not required elsewhere in the city, but in town center, you have this 330-foot requirement from a property line. In our case, unfortunately, this use will not have its own property line. It shares a property line with the shopping center. That property line, of course, is quite a ways to the west, and because of that proximity to the residential, we need the waiver. But in reality, if you read here, basically, and you can see, it's about 850 feet from our business location, closest location to the residential.
Could we zoom in on that? Okay.
And then, so from here to here is approximately 850 feet. To the south and west, we're almost 720 feet. So we're more than twice the required separation. So again, we think to meet the spirit and intent due to the circumstance of where the shopping center property line is not us, and there's a lot of intervening commercial between us and the residential, as well as major streets and other things that basically add adequate buffers as well. We conducted a neighborhood meeting. We probably had about 15 people or so in attendance, and I'll hand out for you one of the key issues that I say that was raised, probably repeatedly by many people, is there was a traffic circumstance out there that was troublesome to them, and that is occurring. There's a lot of accidents on Centennial Boulevard, apparently, and there's been some speeding that's occurring, and needless to say, that's occurring absent our project, so it's not due to our project. But I told the neighbors that, look, we would certainly look into their concern and address it to the extent that this shopping center's previously had a traffic study and approved, and to the extent that our use will not add to that. In fact, if anything, this particular use has a lower generation than you might find if this were going to be a fast food. So I'll provide this to staff for distribution. But essentially, this is a report prepared by Slater Hannafin. It's basically, in summary, I'll tell you that this particular use is expected to generate about 30 vehicle trips based on actual observations. And the fast food without a drive-through, this just would be a normal fast food, would generate about 77 vehicle trips over the course of a day. So by comparison, people who would go to this establishment, because of the nature of the establishment, generate less trips, which is what we anticipated the study would show when I met with the neighbors. And so actually, in fact, this is a better use than if it were typical for this size space. And the owner of the shopping center, when it was developed, and representative for this is here tonight, Terry Sturm, and she can certainly address what otherwise might go there. We also have experience with another establishment that's in this area, and there's a perfect track record as far as they're concerned. Perhaps most relevant for your consideration as well, because obviously part of the consideration is compatibility and harmoniousness, which I think we've demonstrated that we meet the spirit and intent of those requirements. But in addition, from a neighborhood standpoint, we have a petition here signed by 26 neighbors in support of the project. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to respond after the neighbors get a chance to speak.
Thank you. We will open this to public comment. Please come up. Speak into the microphone, state your name and record before you state
Thank you.
whether
Todd
you're...
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Dr. Garcia mentioned the town center guidelines. These guidelines are so convoluted and screwed up that there's no way that you could be held to any of those things, and I do not like it. Cotton Town Center was never intended to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Biafor. I live at
Will you
7625.
speak into the microphone so we can hear you, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Kathleen Biafor. I live at 7625 Valley Green Drive in Las Vegas, 89149. I'm currently one of the directors of the Painted Desert Community Association, and I represent Villas on the Green. May I, or if I could use your pink one? If you would mind.
If you'll step over the middle microphone and then point out on the map, please, so we can see it.
Okay, I wanted to thank Mr. Garcia for the neighborhood meeting on Friday night, but I also wish to point out that everybody but one person was in opposition to this project. And I did express tremendous concern at our traffic problems. Horrible. He does have an existing Dottie's right down the street, okay, right down Centennial Boulevard. You have this one right here. What do you, oh, you show it here. The exit from the proposed site is right here on the curve. This is a horrible curve. We've had 2 fatalities there already. When you come down Centennial to Ann Road, that is a 4-way, what I'd call an intersection right there. Where he's proposing his building right now, people have a habit of not wanting to go out here on Centennial. They run around the back of these buildings, and there's a little area right here. They exit onto Ann Road and do a quick U-turn so to avoid the light. The area is so highly congested that Friday night we had a neighborhood meeting, but on Sunday we had a 3-car accident there. And as far as there's right a grocery store right next door to this, and a yogurt land. We see no necessity for this particular project at this time, and I know that Councilman Ross represents one side, the Centennial area. The neighborhood is represented by Councilman Anthony. Councilman Ross did send a representative. I wish to also thank the Planning Commission for having somebody there to share our concerns. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on up. We'll be nice to you.
Hi, Frank. Good evening, Chair, Vice. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Barbara Schaefer, 7772 Arnold Palmer Way. I live in Painted Desert. And, you know, we have a horse of a different color here, pardon my pun, Commissioner Quinn, but there is a traffic problem, of course. But as Commissioner Truesdell says, traffic is a success. Centennial Hills has been a successful place. When it was built, they put in great green. They did everything right. The city made them put the curves in to slow traffic. Well, the Northwest has grown. We've all been up here before asking you guys for our horse trails and everything else to protect our Northwest. It's grown. So it's grown in the past 10 years. Do we have a traffic problem? Of course we do. But that's with the traffic and the city and for something else. Do we need our centers full and full with something small and very quiet? Yeah, Dottie's, baby boomers, coffee, water, locked door at 6 o'clock at night, 15 people in there. That's not a traffic problem. It's better to go with the devil you know than the devil you don't know. You don't want something in there that's going to bring a lot of traffic. You don't want something in there that's going to, a fast food place. There is a traffic problem, but that's for the city and the traffic and all of us to figure out in Painted Desert and Centennial Hills. We need to have our shopping centers full. We don't need them empty. We don't need the graffiti. Little do we know, the other night when we were at the community meeting, there was somebody in the empty building next door that had been living in there as a vagrant, that had covered the windows, and it was shown the next day to be leased out, and he was in there. Okay, do we want that? Do the people that don't want this next to their homes? It's close to their homes in my house. I don't want someone living in an empty building. I've been in this city for 30 years. When I drive past some of the empty buildings now, it scares me. You got graffiti, you got everything. We have a full center. Let's fix the traffic control and keep like small places that we know will stay there. They're safe. They're locked at 6 o'clock at night. I'll go in the Dottie's and have a cup of coffee and play my dollar for 2 hours. Big deal. There's 15 tables in there. It's 3,000 square foot. And they'll stay there. They won't move out, and then you'll have an empty building. They'll stay there. So yes, I'm in complete approval of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, Pete.
We're glad you made it.
Thank you. I'll explain in a minute why I had to rush
Please-
over here.
Please state your name and address.
Oh, yes. Good evening, Commissioners. Garrett Turberg, 7600 Cross Lane. I'm also on the board of the Desert Creek subdivision, which is directly to the west. You've seen that on the screen. I'd like to read just a brief statement, because if I don't, I'll ramble all over the place, and you don't probably want that. So if I can just do that, then
Sure.
I can respond to anything from that. The establishment of a gambling hall and tavern known as Dottie's would have a serious negative effect on the shopping center that has developed as a family-friendly place in the neighborhood. Residents and visitors to the area have come to enjoy the types of businesses in the Centennial Gateway Center, including the anchor businesses, 24-hour fitness center, Fresh and Easy grocery store, a pleasant variety of shops like Cafe Rio and Teriyaki Madness, shops which attract many children and young people such as Yogurtland and Plato's Closet, along with dental offices. The placement of a 24/7 gambling hall is a clear and present danger to the area. During the neighborhood meeting held on April 4th, the consultant claimed that the number of people drinking alcohol would be minimal. However, even minimal is not acceptable to our neighborhood. One drunk driver leaving the center with small children walking in the parking area, which happens a lot, is just not acceptable. An informal survey of neighboring businesses right next to where this would go revealed an uneasiness and concerns about continued success of them being in the center with this located right there. Allowing such a use to locate in this neighborhood shopping center is clearly out of character with the nature and intent of the Las Vegas Town Center Development Standards Manual and, as stated by the city staff's strong recommendations of denial for these applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you tonight. I'm Terry Sturm, Territory Incorporated, 5785 Centennial Center Boulevard, Suite 230. I am the former landlord of this space. I actually executed this lease prior to selling the center at the end of the year. I'm here to let you know that over the past 15 years, I have been the owner of shopping centers that have had 5 different other Dottie's in them. And they have to be one of the best retailers that we've ever encountered. They run a quiet business, they're safe, they're secure. They're one of the few tavern operations that have never caused a problem for us. They're one of the ones that all of our anchor tenants embrace. You know, the Walmarts and the Fresh and Easy's. Fresh and Easy had to actually provide us with a waiver in order to execute this lease, and they were very happy to do so. And I believe that they are entirely compatible and harmonious in this type of shopping center. They provide something for, you know, another segment of that family population, the older segment that is their typical customer. And I think they're very compatible, and I would urge your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia, did you hear anything you feel like you need to respond to?
I think nothing, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions directed from the Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. I will close the public comment and open this to discussion amongst my fellow commissioners. And first, let me say to some of the homeowners we've heard from surrounding you, I've been in touch several times with Councilman Ross's office today about the traffic concerns, and these are real concerns. There was a traffic study done. We found that since 1999, there were about 5 accidents. Most of them, if not all of them, took place north of this location. They were single-car accidents. There were fatalities. And the city did several things, including reducing the speed limit, putting some solar-powered flashing signs, putting some rumble strips in, and warning of some of the pending curves. Regarding a traffic signal on Centennial Center between Tropical and Ann, those driveways along Centennial Center are not private driveways, and so the city cannot construct a traffic signal on them. So I'm going to encourage those of you we've heard from tonight to approach the owners, because something probably does need to be done. There are some dangers with the left, right, east, west turns in and out of those locations, and we'd like to make this as safe as possible for you as well. So I just wanted to make that clear, and thank you for coming out tonight. Commissioner Goins.
I had a couple of questions. This is going to be a 24-hour use?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. This is 24 hours. You just find any of the Dotties, they're all operate 24 hours, but as indicated, the doors are locked, and they do have, cameras and security cameras at all their facilities.
Well, I'm just looking at the reaction from the neighbors. It just amazes me that all the prior accidents and all of that seems to now say it's a result of because Dottie's wants to come. I think those single-car accidents were over there were young folks not knowing how to handle a vehicle and got caught in a few of those curves. I went over there and saw a couple of those after they happened, and they were actually teenagers. So, but this is one of these issues, again, of what's good for the neighborhood and where do these type of uses belong. And while I know that Town Center has kind of changed from its original intent, I think we find in most developments there's always what I call a little wiggle room that happens to and from. If it was my choice of which to have, I would probably prefer to have the establishment that has a limited amount. I think this has a total of, was it 15 on the gaming?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, this has 15 machines. That's all we're allowed to have.
15 machines. You've got a controlled access coming in and out the door.
That's correct.
I think in most of your gaming establishments, you don't have that. And so I think that shows a little bit of control over the establishment and who comes in. To me, it kind of seems like you can determine and really implement from a control standpoint who's drinking what and how much is going to get drank and who, for lack of a better word, staggers out the door or who doesn't. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just one quick comment to that. That's an excellent, excellent point the Commissioner makes. I'll just point out that Dottie's #1 drink is water, #2 is coffee, just by way of some information that might be of interest to you.
Can I ask you, Mr. Garcia, about the vendors that will be servicing this Dottie's and any other Dottie's location? How do you handle that? What about the neighbors behind? What do they have to listen to, and what will that do to traffic?
That's a great question. Dottie's, unlike your typical, if we go back and say, hey, I want to put a fast food establishment that had like almost 2.5 times the amount of trips, not only would they have 2.5 times the amount of the customer trips, the vendors that go in those places, you have a vendor for every type of food supply, every type of clothing, the tablecloths, whatever it is, all that, food, all those things are coming in. So you have multiple vendors. Dottie's has a single delivery truck. All their vendors go to a central commissary in the warehouse. All of the food and all the other accessory items, cigarettes, whatever it may, drinks, and all those things are all put into the one truck and delivered. So there's only a single delivery. So that reduces all of that traffic to the back that would come through Ann Road and into the service drive. So there would be a substantial reduction in that regard, as well as in the general customer traffic.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Truesdale.
Just a couple comments. I don't disagree with you, Dottie's. I think it's probably the least obtrusive type use. It fits the neighborhood. This is a pretty unique intersection. All of this traffic tees in here because it really doesn't have an outlet because of Painted Desert's design years ago, and it's basically a dead-end road, but it's improved. So there is some real congestion, and over the years, to provide common access for Painted Desert and maintain their desires, we've seen a some compromises on that design. I mean, normally, you'd move the traffic north and you'd restrict traffic south, so it wouldn't be this quote, full-through intersection, which may well ultimately be a change that the Painted Desert homeowners experience to solve their problems. With regards to number of trips for vendors and all of that good stuff, I guess in the light of what goes on in New York, it's easy to demonize fast food restaurants, but they're no worse than what Dottie's does. The traffic is traffic. Your traffic study shows that, except people are here drinking water, they're not drinking big gulps and all the other things. So, but this is the appropriate place. Town center is, I think, just this portion through here with the car dealerships and everything is close to 100 acres of commercial. And it was planned that way based on a lot of the desires of the neighbors out there. With that, we get some of these problems that are unintended consequences of success. And I'm going to support this application because I don't think Dottie's is what you experience in a typical gaming establishment setting, because they do lock their doors. They maintain a clean and safe space. It's well monitored, and you're not getting the guy stumble out the front that's going into his truck. At least in all the Dottie's I've ever seen, I haven't seen that. So again, I will support this application, as long as we don't beat up on fast food restaurants.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn.
I also will support this application because I think Byron's point was well taken. All these accidents that we're talking about are prior to the place even coming in, and I think that Dottie's is a stable place. I think that it's a quiet place. There's a few around me, and you'll see my support tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Goins.
And just one more comment, because I live out in this area and frequent it a lot. I've got a 19-year-old and a 10-year-old, and to be honest with you, I'm scared of the 19 and 20-year-old kids driving their cars through the parking lot, trying to get through from In and Out to the Mexican restaurant over here to Yogurtland. What we need to start doing is telling these kids how to slow down in these shopping centers and put down these doggone cell phones and texting on the car before they kill some of what I consider at 53 to be almost still a young man.
All right. I understand staff's recommendation for denial, but having heard from the applicant, I believe that they do satisfy the intent of the town center requirements, both with regard to the minimum parcel size requirement as well as the minimum separation distance. And so my motion is to approve item 22. Oh, I can't make my motion. See, I forgot I was chair already.
Mr.
I'll
Chairman?
make the motion.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, consider my statement a statement only, and I'll welcome a motion.
May I make the motion for you, Commissioner Moody? I'd like to make a motion for approval for SUP 48175, special use permit following all staff's recommendations.
Please vote. That motion carries. Commissioner Quinn, follow-up motion?
Oh, excuse me, and following up with SUP 48176, special use permit following all staff's recommendations for approval.
Please vote. And that motion also carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, those items are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 27, SDR 48398. The applicant owner is Palomino Tonopah Associates, LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review to modify a previously approved landscape plan for an existing 34,983 square foot medical office building at 2020 Palomino Lane in Ward 1. Can we please have the staff report?
Vice Chairman, the proposed after-the-fact revisions to the previously approved landscape plan have resulted in a significant loss of trees from the property and have created a pedestrian environment devoid of shade. Furthermore, they have resulted in the subject site being out of conformance with both the Las Vegas Medical District's design standards and the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan's conservation elements goals. As such, staff cannot support this application and is recommending denial. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Okay, applicant?
Good evening. I'm here to represent Palomino Tonopah Associates. My name is Connie Gamble. Palomino Tonopah Associates is the building at 2020 Palomino Lane. The landscape plan was approved in 1986. When the building was completed in 1987, the trees along the south end of the building were never put in. The building was an award-winning building at the time, and the architects and owners felt that it really would block the aesthetics of the building to have the trees in the front, so they were never planted in 1986, 1987 when the building was completed. The building did have the trees on the east side. They were planted as olive trees and became a giant nuisance and became also an issue with allergies and droppings. So those were removed when the property was taken to Xeriscape in about 5 years ago, maybe a little more. As you can see from the pictures, it's very well landscaped. The landscapers are there weekly. The maintenance people are there daily to keep it cleaned up. The property is well taken care of. The trees along the south end of the building, there's a very small, and if you can see from the pictures, there's a very small area between the parking lot and the sidewalk. It would be very difficult to have the required number of trees in that area. I think it's 46 trees that they want there, and we currently have 14. So it would be a very crowded area. So we're requesting that we get this variance to some degree, and we're willing definitely to work with the commission. It's just very difficult for us to put that many trees in and make it work in that area with the parking and everything that we have there.
Anything else? Mr. Farlow, this is open to public comment now.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I want the trees. They can put those Afghan pine trees in there, and with no problem at all. And there's no building in the world as beautiful as a tree. These people just want to do the cheap way out.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment and open this for discussion. Commissioner Quinn.
Commissioner Moody, I met with Ms. Gamble on the property site and her associate, and we walked it. And I want to say that so everybody knows what property this is 2020 Palomino Lane. It's Desert Radiology. The landscape is impeccable, and although they are short trees, they want 14 on the south side, they want 6 on the east side, and the back has all the trees. So what we came up with, which I think is extremely fair, is they're going to put in 7 24-inch box trees on the south side versus the 14, because otherwise you'd have to rip out all your beautiful landscaping, and the mesquite trees are 24-inch, which would build up and bring the shade that you're looking for. And then on the east side, where they're asking for 6 more or so, we agreed on 3 more because you have all those beautiful shrubs, and if you put those big trees in, it's going to encroach into your parking lot. Unless if you go by 2020 Desert, Palomino Lane, and unless if you visit Desert Radiology, you don't understand the fact that the landscape is impeccable, it's maintenance-free, and also keep in mind that in June 2002, the medical district plan came up, and it was, you guys were already passed and everything was planted, and you also confirmed with me that you worked very closely with the water district to put in all the water-friendly things that we like you to do. So you really kind of did everything you were supposed to, but now what you're going to do, in my opinion, and I think it works very well for all of us, is compromise. And you agreed to that with me on the property site, and I appreciate you meeting with me. And again, if you don't see the property, you want to understand that it's absolutely impeccable.
Yes, and if you can see this, we actually put, I did a drawing. We had our landscape person do a drawing.
Thank you.
And he has suggested 5 additional acacias along here, which is the south end, and that's the street.
What's an acacia?
The acacias are this tree.
Is it a tree?
Yeah, the acacias are the tree that we have actually out front here already.
Oh, in that corner?
Uh-huh.
Oh, those are, yeah, nice.
Yeah, they're a water-tolerant plant, so but they'll grow nice and big. And then also, they've requested 7 additional along this east side. So that will keep all of that other landscaping in that side.
And there was room for that. You know, you and I looked at it.
Yeah.
There was a couple empty spots where you don't have to rip out stuff that's already there. And so I liked working with you, and I think we came to a nice compromise, and I look forward to hearing what my other commissioners have to
And
say.
we very much appreciate your time and your help with this.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. The trees that are indicated on this landscape plan along the north edge of the property and the west edge of the property are all installed?
Yes.
And then on the south end of the property where you're putting 4 or 5 of the trees, how many trees are we putting on the south?
5. It's
Could we increase that to 7? Because it seems like
really-
you have plenty of room there to do so.
It's really tight there because that's where you have very little room between the parking lot and the sidewalk. There's really only about 24 inches there, so the trees are going to eventually be a problem with sidewalks and concrete.
Mr. Chair, through you, a question for staff. Is there 24 inches, but on the south side when you had your when you had your site visit?
Through you, Mr. Vice Chair, we do not know whether there is or not. That wasn't the request. The landscape buffers were previously approved under a previous site plan.
Well, I'll pass the buck.
Yeah, Mr. Bonar.
Even if there is only 24 inches, the way we have the ability to put the diamonds in place would make it big enough for a root ball. And related to that, I'd like to have your original architect and property manager here who decided on their own not to put the trees in, because I'd like to slap their wrist with a wet noodle. We wouldn't be having that problem today. It's either too much asphalt or too much building that pushed that 24 inches into existence, but I think you can put tree wells in with the enlarged tree well. Pass.
let me say that I know this was an award-winning building. Part of that award may have been the trees that were there originally.
They weren't, they did never get planted.
There have been no trees removed from there?
Not on the south end.
But there have been some others that have been removed.
The ones on the east end were removed.
How many?
9?
So those 9 were there when the building received its award?
When it was originally
Okay.
opened, yeah.
All right. Those are the olive trees. You were asked a question earlier by Commissioner Schlottman about whether you'd be willing to put 7 rather than 5. I'm not sure you ever answered that. You said it would be difficult for various reasons, but
The ownership will do whatever is required of them.
Okay.
They're in no way wanting to, to fight anybody. More than anything, it's keeping it to a reasonable amount to landscape and keep from causing damage to cars and people walking by and everything else. So that's more their issue.
thank you. All right, looks like no further discussion, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'm going to make the motion to approve with some conditions. So we're going to add 7 24-inch box trees on the south perimeter of the property. And what did you call them?
Acacias.
Okay. And then we're going to add 6 or 5?
On the east side?
On the east side?
7.
7, we're going to add 7. We're going to add 7. So what we've done is we've compromised. And then with that, I'm going to follow those 2 conditions and make the motion for approval and compliment you on your beautiful landscaping. Thank you.
Director.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I might, I think there might be some confusion on the number of trees on which side. Just to clarify with Commissioner Quinn, you said 7 24-inch box trees on the south side of the site and 7 24-inch box trees on the east side of the site?
No, 7 on the south, on the east side, and 7 on the south. Is that correct, Ms. Garber, we decided?
Well, what we had discussed was,
Can you please speak into the mic?
It was 7 going in on the south,
yes,
and then on the east, I'm sorry,
it was actually.
on the west side, excuse me.
Perhaps, if I might, let's
use
call
street
out the
names.
street name. Maybe that might be
Okay,
easier.
Palomino.
It was actually, on Palomino, it was the smaller amount of trees is what we talked about, was 5 trees is what we had suggested, and then 7 on Tonopah.
On Tonopah. Yes.
Does that reflect your motion?
That reflects
Okay,
my
so
motion.
5 24-inch box trees on Palomino and 7 24-inch box trees on Tonopah.
I think it was 7 on the west side.
You went 7 on that?
All right, I think the motion has been stated and is pending.
Could you repeat it one more time? Because I really took a lot of time looking at this, and I want to make sure it's right.
All right.
Here,
Go ahead.
what I have
7
written.
on the west.
I don't think we're clear yet. I'm not, anyway.
I know, but
Here
I'm
is-
really trying here, Mr.
Here is what
Miller,
I have, is I have 5 trees on Palomino,
which is 7.
no, 5 trees on Palomino.
Palomino, right,
5.
5.
And then 7 trees on Tonopah.
Correct.
Is this map to the north?
Yes.
Talk to me northwest, east, south, please.
Okay, I'm talking, on the west side, we're putting in 7 trees,
Which
which
is
is
here.
2020 Palomino. Am I correct?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
not, no, you're pointing to one and you're calling it west and it's east.
Well, I'm not
No,
that good with
no.
directions, Mr.
Yeah, this
Bonar.
is east.
Tell me which road we're talking about, but there's no road names on the map.
This is,
Okay. At 2020 Palomino, we are putting in 7 24-inch box trees.
May I? Luther Creed, 2020 Palomino.
Palomino Street.
This is the south-facing front of the building. This is the main
Okay,
parking
right.
lot.
7 trees.
Over here
So
is
this is-
Tonopah.
This is Tonopah.
This is Palomino.
I apologize.
Palomino is the south side of the
I
building.
apologize.
And Tonopah is the
Sorry.
east.
Okay, so we're going 7 trees on Tonopah, 5 trees on Palomino, 24-inch box. That's my motion for approval.
And I want to make sure the applicant agrees with that.
Could you please repeat
okay.
it, Flynn? I just got a little mixed up with my directions.
For the final time, hopefully.
Could we just make one point of clarification? This is for shoestring acacias, okay? And if there are, you can cycle through the pictures from the building. Here we go.
This.
Okay, stop right there, behind the white pickup truck.
Yes.
To the right of the screen, that is a shoestring acacia.
The one up against the building?
The one up against the building.
The thing here.
Yeah, that's the shoestring.
What's that big one called around the side that's so nice?
That might be a sumac. I'd have to ask the landscape guys. I think that's the sumac.
Okay, so let's go back to the
The
motion.
problem with the bigger tree is going to be the bulk along the parking lot and the street.
Right.
The other ones do provide shade, but they're a little more wispy. They're got a little smaller profile, and especially along Tonopah, which is a shorter street than Palomino. If we're going to put
Right.
7 trees in there, and you put the same size tree that's the larger, fluffier one, it's going to get really compacted, and we're going to have issues with parking, and not so much people passing by, but the parking is going to be a problem, I think. Same thing about the width of the tree and the overhang over the street, if you put those kinds of trees along Palomino.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're just-
All right, I'm going to stop you there, since we do have a motion that we're
Okay, we have a
waiting on.
motion. Flynn, could you please repeat it?
I will repeat the motion one more time. The motion is for approval of the SDR 48398 with an added condition that there be 5 24-inch box trees on Palomino in the landscape buffer area there, and 7 24-inch box trees on Tonopah.
That's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Please post. All right, that motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, that action is final action in the absence of an appeal in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 28, SDR 48456. The applicant is Las Vegas Valley Water District. This is for possible action on a request for site development plan review to install 15 27-foot tall solar panels and one 30-foot weather tower on 20.69 acres at 7210 Schaumburg Road in Ward 6. Can I please have the staff report?
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd like to present the first electronic plan submitted to the City of Las Vegas. There were no paper plans submitted to the department. As part of this, it was all done through the internet.
How about some applause for that?
It's the first one. In addition to that, the applicant revised their plan and submitted that electronically also, which we have as part of your late backup because that was done so late. The original proposal was for more arrays. At this time, they're only going to propose to install 3 of the arrays. The proposed equipment will have a visual and audible impact, will provide an alternate means of meeting the high energy demands for water conveyance without depending on emission-intensive power sources such as coal or natural gas. Staff supports this request as it meets the stated goals of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan conservation element. Please note we have received additional protests and support. We do need to amend, if approved, condition number 2 to read as follows. All development should be in conformance with the site plan date stamped 4/9/13 and grading sections date stamped 3/12/13 except amended by conditions herein.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations. I think the first electronically submitted plan is worthy of an electronic award of some sort. Maybe we could, come up with a lot of ones and zeros to make that happen. Please introduce
Does
yourself.
that mean our water bills are going down? Since you saved all that money on
I
paper?
wish it would.
Yeah.
Make my job a lot easier. Commissioners, Bronson Mack, 1001 South Valley View, here on behalf of the applicant. Before I start, I'll point out that it was Adriana that did all of our submittals for us, so she's the one that deserves the electronic award. As stated, this site is an active reservoir and pumping station. It is part of the Las Vegas Valley Water District's overall water distribution system. Not so long ago, Sandia National Laboratories out of New Mexico, along with UNLV, approached the Las Vegas Valley Water District about developing a regional testing facility here in Las Vegas for renewable energy. It would be a testing facility that would install and test various solar technology. That data would then be utilized for those manufacturers to ultimately support future development of renewable energies, making it on par more with existing energy sources like fossil fuels. This is part of the U.S. Department of Energy's Sunshot Initiative, so this program would be completely grant-funded by the U.S. Department of Energy, would not cost water ratepayers a single dime. We did conduct a public meeting associated with this proposed plan. As was stated by staff, this plan was revised a little bit since that public meeting. A lot of that has to do with some of the feedback that we got from our neighbors. For that public meeting, we did distribute well over 900 notifications to all property owners within 1,500 feet of the site. We did end up with 9 individual residents that did attend that meeting. 3 of those residents provided written comment, which was submitted to the city for the record. We did have an additional property owner who is out of the country in Canada, who also submitted some written comments that was also provided to the director for the record. And hopefully that is all in your packages today. I have had some additional conversations and communications with some of the other residents that are in the immediate area associated with this site. Just quick to get the layout here, this is the existing reservoir. It is off of Schaumburg within the Providence Master Planned Community. It is just south of Farm and just north of Durrell. Reservoir basin is identified here on this plan, the existing pumping station as well. What we have is on this far west side of the property is we have an open area, an area that wasn't utilized for the overall operation of the site, mostly utilized during the staging, during the construction of the site. So the original plan, as indicated by staff, was for 15 of these arrays. You see them all here indicated by the circles. We knew full well that we probably weren't going to have 15 arrays as was submitted here. Because this is a testing facility with Sandia National Laboratories, or a proposed facility, we only knew that we've got at least 3 solar arrays that are coming in first. We do anticipate and we do expect that if approved, there will be additional solar technology, additional manufacturers that will be brought to the table from Sandia. What the aesthetic and size of those solar arrays will be, we do not know yet. But we do know that if this plan is approved for these 3 arrays, that those future arrays will not be any larger than what you have approved here today. So what we did in this plan in our revision from the 15 arrays, we were a little concerned about the distance from the existing residential to the north. So we eliminated, initially, we eliminated 1 complete row of arrays. That moved our distance for the arrays from the property line from about 68 feet to about 168 feet. So we gained about 100 feet buffer by doing that. Then after meeting with the residents during our public meeting, and there was still concern about potential distance and impacts to views. I mean, let's be frank, this is what the main concern is of the immediate residents in this area. It's the impact to their views of the mountains and of the city. We were able to shift these arrays further south as well, so that they would be 200 feet away from the existing property line. The other thing that we did was, within this proposal, this section here that had 9 planned arrays or possible arrays, we've eliminated that since that is an unknown at this point. But we do certainly expect that this area will have some type of renewable solar technology installed if this plan is approved going forward through this regional testing center with Sandia National Laboratories and UNLV. I will note that we did work with Focus Group, who was the developer for the Providence area. Focus did want to make sure that there were some considerations that were brought into play, one of which was, hey, they only wanted to see approval right now of the 3 arrays, which we concur that's what we know. So let's ask for what we know and ask for approval of what we know. The other thing was to work with Focus on buffers, making sure that the distances were all appropriate from the residential properties, and I believe we've met that requirement as well. One of the other things they requested is that these panels, when they go into a stow mode at night, obviously they only need to be tracking the sun during the day, so when they go into a stow mode at night, that they no longer go from a vertical position, they go to a horizontal position. One thing I failed to note is that these 3 panels that are before you today for approval, they are 27 feet tall by about 48 feet wide. So they do have some considerable height to them. They're 27 feet. So in discussion with these neighbors, they wanted to know just exactly how high is 27 feet. So I coordinated with our well distribution crews, and they were kind enough to allow me the use of 2 boom trucks, which we parked out there on a Thursday morning. I strung a cable between those 2 booms, raised it up to 27 feet so that those neighbors could fully see what the potential impact would be to their views. I was able to make contact with quite a few of the neighbors going door to door once we put that boom up, making sure that they knew that this is what we were doing, and when they looked out their balconies, this is what they'd see, and explain to them why they would see it. This was a photo that I took from one of those balconies. I'm indicating the 27 feet. I realize from your vantage point here it may be a little tough to see.
Can we brighten that at all? It is tough for us to see. Can't brighten it? Could you step back a little bit and see? Yeah, that brightens it. Sorry.
There is a cable that's right in line with that pen there that was streamered with pink streamers. So it was visible from the balconies. If you look closely at the image here, you can see it. But the goal here was to show folks exactly what the impacts to their views would be. Based on setting this up, you can certainly see that there is some potential impact to the base of the mountain when those panels are at a full vertical 27 feet. The thing to keep in mind here, though, is that when these panels are operational, they're always going to have a little kick to them. They're always going to have a tilt, as they'll be tracking the sun's daily movements. Based on the research that we did on these panels and looking at the seasonal tilt, we estimate that on average, throughout the yearly average will be about 25 feet high during the day. In the summer, there are times where it'll get to be about 19 to 20 feet high. So the height of these panels will change during the day and during the season. But at night, again, when these panels go into a stow mode, they will go perfectly vertical so that we certainly aren't impacting anybody's views of the strip. The other thing that Focus asked us to do was to agree to a public hearing should there be an actual permanent installation that goes in here, and we're certainly amenable to that. The panels that are before you today, through the agreement that manufacturer, who's called Soitec has with Sandia National Laboratories, is for a 3-year testing period at this site. So once these panels, should they be approved, are installed and commissioned, they would be on the site for 3 years. The agreement also has a removal requirement so that when it's decommissioned after the 3-year study is done, that Soitec would come back in. They still own all of the equipment and all of the technology, and they would then remove it from the site. But just keep in mind that we would probably be back before this commission in the future should additional panels be suggested by Sandia National Laboratories. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
We'll reserve that for the time when we have the discussion amongst the commission. We'll open this now for public comment. Please state your name and address.
My name is Nicole Robillard. I live at 10617 Hartford Hills Avenue. I'm actually staring right at the same thing that you folks are from my balcony. I bought a property in 2010 that was undeveloped. It did not have a house on it. I chose to put a house in a specific lot so that I would not have an impeded view of the strip. I do not have a neighbor on my back side. That's appreciated in the suburbs. We don't want people on three sides of us. More than anything, I feel like I need to speak for the people that can't, because there's a large part of this that you can't see that's still being developed. These houses are still being built. These people don't have the ability to get a notice and come down here and say something about it because they're not living there yet. I'm the last person to say there's anything wrong with solar energy. I'm a very green person. I think, yay, solar, but there's a lot of places we could put these panels. We're in the desert. I'd prefer if they didn't impede my view. I was not aware that they had changed from, what was it, 20-something, 15 of them, to 3. So I definitely appreciate the fact that now there's only going to be 3. Let's start small and work our way up. But I still believe that it's impeding views. It's going to cause problems, and I think it will affect my resale at some point also. So I do not approve of this.
Thank you.
Chris Stingle, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway. I'm here representing Focus Property Group, and I'd just like to state that I'd like to thank Bronson and the Water District for working with us and going over some of our concerns. We were really concerned at first.
Can I get you to speak up just a hair?
Excuse me. We were really concerned, Focus had a big concern about the 15 panels at 27 feet. Once we found out that they were only going to be there for 3 years, that they were only going to do 3, and we did ask them to eliminate the possibility of putting in the other ones, which they agreed to, and the fact that they're going to turn and they're going to put them down at night, that alleviated a lot of our concern, and we're in support of this now.
Thank you.
Travis Bruner, 10617 Hartford Hills Avenue. My concern is that distance from a property line, even if it's 200 feet, when it's 27 feet tall, isn't a big good thing for the house owner right there. Now, the row of houses that are currently being built, I'm assuming, are owned by a Canadian or something, so that's probably going to be ignored. But that row of houses with no one in them is followed by more rows, so the one person that's going to move in, I'm sure, it doesn't account for the, you can see, large lot of houses over 10 easily there that have no say in a 30-foot weather tower and solar panel in their backyard. And also reflection, it's going to be tracking the sun. There's going to be glares. As it tracks, it's going to be reflecting into who knows where. There's also about 30-mile-an-hour winds daily here, and there's the mountains and all this construction. They're going to be dusty. It's an experiment that's going to need constant maintenance, cleaning. I don't know how they're going to collect their data. And the revenue of power you're getting for this, for about 12 houses quoted, you know, that was with 15, so now you have 3, so maybe you'll power half a house versus the damage you're doing. I don't think is worth it. Experiments are great, and we have space everywhere for them, not our backyards where people are buying that row of houses because there's an underground water treatment facility and unimpeded views. So I don't approve. Thank you.
Can I ask you where you live with respect to this property?
01617 North Hartford Hills.
And where is that?
Maybe the fourth south from the left.
This is Hartford Hills here, from this point down, so you're somewhere in this stretch.
It is, yeah, it's actually right at the end of the street.
Okay,
The
thank
street
you.
that intersects.
Thank you. Sir? Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is William James McIver. I own the property at 10661 Jamestown Square. And the boom that this gentleman was talking about, my home sits directly in the middle of that boom. The only thing that I have is that, is there any health issues that can come with those solar panels? And the other question I have, there's a gigantic empty lot across Schaumburg. Why couldn't it be, the panels be located there versus on the water table? Because I paid an extra $10,000 for unimpeded view. And now that's affected. I mean, I would have bought the home anyway if they'd have just put the extra $10,000 on because I love the area. But being there, like I said, I just have, is there any health issues I should worry about? And why couldn't it be across Schaumburg where that empty lot is? That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, and I'll give the applicant a few minutes to, oh, Mr. Farlow.
Oh, don't forget me.
No.
I'm glad to see, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I'm glad to see the water company getting in the power business because they are by far and away the biggest user of power in the valley. Years ago, when Nevada Power got caught with their hands in the till with Enron Energy, the water company was going to make a bid to buy Nevada Power, and the powers that be shot it down. This is a business section that was taken out of the Review Journal, Sunday, May 6, 2012. You wonder where your money's going? There's your NV Energy head honcho there, Michael there. His salary or his benefits package was $7,741 million in 2012. That's where our money's going. So I want that whole area filled with solar panels, and I want the water company to buy Nevada Power, take it over or something. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Farlow. All right, Mr. Mack, if you'll just briefly respond.
Sure, Bronson Mack, 1001 South Valley View again. To first address some of Mr. McGraver's concerns. And it's nice to meet you. I've knocked on your door a few times and left a couple notices on your front door. Yeah,
Mr. Mack, if I could remind you to
I apologize.
speak through me.
I've knocked on his door a few times.
Okay,
so.
thanks.
Any health issues associated with these solar panels, there are not. We have received a lot of questions as far as if there's any radiation given off by these panels or EMFs. Based on the information that we have received from the manufacturer, there isn't any health concerns there at all. You also have to keep in mind that directly on Schaumburg, we've got 230 kV power lines that run down Schaumburg. They're about 120 feet tall. So, you know, all things considered, there isn't any health concern associated with these panels. As far as the location of these panels on another site or directly across Schaumburg, you know, that property across Schaumburg is not owned by the Las Vegas Valley Water District. Therefore, we would really have no say or no activity at all as to whether or not these panels would be located there. That would be between that private landowner and ultimately Sandia National Laboratories. So the reason that we chose this site is that in 2011, this commission as well as City Council did approve a solar installation that included 90-foot solar collector towers. It also had a field of mirrors that reflected light directly up onto that solar collector, similar to what you would see on your way out past Prim, but on a smaller scale. So we already had some prior approval on this site for solar. It was a different type of installation. That manufacturer backed out. So that approval still remains on this property. And in fact, should you approve this site development plan today, this plan would replace that plan. And for the record, we have no intention of building that previous plan at this point. I just want it for the record that it was approved back in 2011. There are indeed going to be some impacts to some views based on what I saw standing on some of the balconies in these homes. All of the homes that are along Jamestown Place that back up to our property have been sold. I have made efforts to make contact with every single one of those property owners on Jamestown Place, and I have focused a lot of my attention to Jamestown Place because those are the individuals that do indeed have these panels directly behind their homes. You know, when standing on some of those balconies where I acquired this picture, there is indeed potential impacts, or there will be some impacts to some views of rooftops and of the base of the mountain there. One reason why, again, we're going to rotate these panels into a stow mode, which is also the wind stow for when wind conditions pick up, and it is windy up there, that's for sure. Every time I'm up there, it's windy. It is windy, and when wind conditions reach a specific wind speed, the panels do go into a stow mode where they lay horizontal, they lay flat, so they are in a protected position. And in addition to that, if we do that at night, we're not impacting views of the Las Vegas Strip. The majority of these homes, where I did stand on balconies, however, there were no impacts to the overall city or to the Las Vegas Strip. The impacts were, again, to the base of the mountain, and I'll just place my pen there again along that line to show you what that 27-foot elevation impact would be. Lastly, the power that would be generated from these are only about 25 kilowatts, so they are relatively small power producers. These 3 panels would produce enough power to power about a dozen homes throughout the year. The power that is generated will be utilized by the water district. Any excess power does get put back into the local grid right there in the immediate area. It also reduces our demand on that grid should it be built. And as far as reflection goes, these panels always have a little kick to them. They're always focused up. Any reflection that does occur does go back in the direction that it came from. We've talked to the manufacturer about that. They've indicated to us that as far as reflections go, it's not an impact to surrounding property owners or even those that might be walking by or driving by.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. I think you've addressed the concerns. Thank you. I'll close the public comment and open this to discussion amongst the commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, a couple of questions for the applicant. When you put the solar panels in stow mode, what's the height of them in stow mode?
16 feet.
Okay. And then in the staff report or the justification letter, I can't remember which one, it said negligible visual and audio audible impact. What kind of audible impact is there?
These panels do have small inverters that are attached to them. We have been told by the manufacturer that the decibel level of those inverters is about 60 decibels. Normal conversation is anywhere from 60 to 70 decibels. Lawnmower, I believe, is like 90 decibels. So it's
About how many inverters will each one of these have?
Gary, is it one? One on each one. There will be one inverter on each panel, so 3 inverters total for this installation.
Okay, so it'll be like 3 people talking out there, is what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Okay. And why'd you pick this site over another site, not backing up to a residential development?
If you're to look at our reservoirs and their locations, the majority of them are in residential areas. Most of our sites, we've got single-family residential that is surrounding the property. We chose this site, number one, because of availability of unused or unoccupied space on the site. And in addition to that, back in 2011, with the prior approval that we had for solar installation here already, that's another reason it was chosen. And lastly, in working with Providence and the HOA and focus group back in even 2011, Providence was built to a small degree as a sustainable community. They did the water efficient landscaping. They have homes that do have individual solar panels that run on it. And, it did seem to us to be a relatively good fit.
Okay, well, it's just that the water district owns property all over the state, not just here in the valley, so it just seems like there might have been a better location for it, but I'll hold my other comments and see what everybody else has to say.
All right. Commissioner Bonar and then Commissioner Truesdale.
The fact that you've gone with this particular technology and you've built your conditions to the neighbors has precluded a lot of other potential technologies. And there's one in particular I'm very familiar with that wouldn't fit under what you've already committed to. And by the way, we'd have to come back and have this hearing all over again because you're only getting this particular vendor the permission tonight. I think you've done yourself a disservice if you're doing this for research by putting that kind of constraint on it. I think the neighbors on every one of your reservoir sites better get used to having something like this on the vacant part of their property because they're coming. Ladies and gentlemen, solar's here. Solar's ours to use and to benefit by. I'd like to know what your process is in working with Scandia in terms of getting another name on there, or a different kind of technology, when you've made this kind of commitment to lay them flat. And I know a technology that doesn't happen to lay flat and doesn't have to bend down for wind because it has a technology that turns its vent so that the wind goes through, and it stops after a certain mileage anyway. You've made too many concessions to make this a real test site. And I'm not going to approve it until you have better conditions. I'd rather delay you until we have some better opportunity to have competing technologies on this very same site.
When you guys came in before us for the previous solar site, the only thing that made that attractive was the very narrow scape of the tower itself. Those were not visual impairments. The dimensions that you gave tonight, 27 by 48, that's almost the size of 2 billboards. I don't care how much you kick it back or rake it down or lay it flat, that's 2 billboards. Forget the motors that move it up and down. The wind noise just going around it like a wing on that mountainside is going to be amazing. And for Focus, a master plan community, to come down and say, hey, it's wonderful, we love it, because it's foolish. I mean, if they had property to sell right now next to this site, they would have stayed as far away from this as they could. But they've already sold that property to a developer. And these people have bought homes. If this is a great solution, and it's a test, I mean, it may not even be what you want it to be, but we've got a lot of tests for solar going in this valley right now. And some of them make sense, some of them don't, or, I mean, everybody's got an opinion. But we have thousands of miles of desert out here, the largest test facility in this country for solar. Wouldn't it make sense you do your test along the grid somewhere where you have property there and transfer the property, the power rights? It's the same gain, you still get the research knowledge, but what you're presenting here is desensitizing a neighborhood. If they're okay with this, boy, they'll love the next one or they'll love the other one. And 3 of these panels, that's equivalent of 6 billboards in mass. If I was these homeowners, I'd be incensed. Because what we approved before was a reasonably less invasive technology. But what you presented here tonight is it's out of character. You want to see how this would fly in this community? Put this on your site on Rampart and see what the community says about their images there. I know Todd Farlow setting a design charrette for Kyle Canyon, and solar came up, and every one of the people in Nevada Power came up with great ideas to hide the solar and get the value out of it. The first thing you're coming in here is with some company that wants to put 6 billboards in these people's yard. And you only have to have lived here a while to look at what Desert Research Institute did on Flamingo when they built the test panels for the first solar parabolic lenses there on Flamingo. Most of the time, you don't even know it's there in a commercial setting with big buildings around it. But I've driven down that street when they were tilted just the wrong way, and you might as well just put a floodlight in your eyes, and they can't understand why people are concerned about this. I'm a big believer in this. The sun is free to us, but these people put their life savings in their home, and this isn't right.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Quinn.
I'm not going to reiterate one thing that Commissioner Truesdale said, because I agree with him 100%, but I do have one question for you, sir. And my question is, will the solar panels be up until sunset, 30 minutes before sunset or 30 minutes after? So in other words, are they up 30 minutes before the sun goes down or 30 minutes after?
Gary Wood with the Las Vegas Valley Water District. The way that these panels are, they do track the sun. So the normal operation is for them to be in what they call a east stow position. In the east stow, what they do is they wait for the sun to rise, and when they pick up the sun, they turn themselves on. So that would be the normal operation. The way that we're looking at, we're putting them in these in the wind stow position where it's horizontal, just to defer the impacts to views. What will happen is in the early morning hours, they'll be programmed to go ahead and pick up the sun as it starts to come up over from the east side. And then when that sunrise hits it, that's when it starts to pick up and it starts to track at that point in time. That's when they turn on. So when there is no more sun, when it comes over to the west side and the sun is impacted on the view, what happens is the inverter shuts down first because the voltages drop off because there's a lack of sun, and then they go back and do the stow position. So it's all based off of what the panels see and what the inverters produce.
Thank you.
If I can make another point too about some of the comments about the technology and all this stuff.
Actually, sorry. Would you like that?
I'd like to have the information.
Sure.
All right.
You know, first of all, this is actually kind of a prestigious thing for us to be selected. We're one of 5 sites across the United States that Sandia has selected, and we're doing it in concert with UNLV. UNLV is doing the testing for Sandia. Sandia is collecting the data and stuff, and it helps these manufacturers with the bankability of their units. So we're going to have up to 8 different manufacturers on that site with a small amount of arrays. So the intent there is not to be specific with one specific type of solar facility, but what it is it's to allow them to create an opportunity for them to test their equipment in a real life environment, and us being the Desert Southwest is one of those environments, and that it allows the bankability for them to go back to their financial institutions and be able to get these things installed all over the place. So this is what the whole purpose of the testing is. And so the idea is there's going to be multiple different manufacturers on that site, up to 8.
Mr. Chairman, then if you agree that the conditions that you've placed on yourself, if you will, by this set of conditions, does preclude anybody else from coming in under those same conditions. So you're favoring one technology over what else might be available.
We're not actually selecting technologies. This is Sandia Labs. It's in agreement with Sandia.
But you're agreeing to conditions tonight on the one you do have.
Yeah. Well, our plan is that what we didn't want to do is show 15 of these larger panels and stuff. And the issue was there is that, you know, one with focus group and everybody else and the neighbors having some issues about it, we wanted to say these are the items that we're coming in with right now. We would love to be able to sit there and say the whole site, get the whole site approved tonight. But the problem is that we didn't feel that was going to be conducive with the 15 different panels. So what we decided to do was say we're just going to stick with the 3, which is what we're planning to put in initially, and that we'd come back to the commission on the separate panels when we come in with a different manufacturer.
Okay. And if the fellow that I'm thinking of has a 30-foot high, but only a 36-foot radius on his panel, and doesn't go flat, but it deals with the wind, I've got to come back in front of you all over again. And if you're going to have at least 3 or 6 more before you get to the 200-foot setback, why do you close the door on the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th spot? Maybe I'm not being clear on what you've done.
I don't know that we're really closing the door. You know, our issue is we don't know how, you know, which manufacturers right now are going to be coming to the table through Sandia. We don't know how many panels they're going to be bringing out there and stuff. All that we were charged with doing is developing the infrastructure to support that test site.
All right.
And that was what was important about that location, is to do that.
We have the largest energy test facility in the world, just north of town, that doesn't impact one home. Tell me why that would not make sense. The infrastructure's in place, no visual impact, it isn't in the community sight lines, wouldn't affect anybody's view night, day, or whatever. And I'm not a big proponent of saying views are forever, because we don't legislate views here. But it seems to me that putting this in the middle of a planned community is only trying to say we want to put these everywhere in planned communities, when we have the test facility in this state that Sandia Labs has tested a lot of products on. I mean, they're a prime contract for the Atomic Energy Commission that owned the test site, or ran the test site. So why this place today? That's all that's what I don't understand, why this is just an important site today. UNLV just shelved its arena. That's probably 3 years. You could put them there, would not impact one person. So I'm just curious why and Todd, I may have a different opinion on whether it's Nevada Power or the Water District. To me, they're both utilities and they both have an agenda that they want to accomplish in our valley. But this location today makes no sense to me. What you brought before us before was a very minimally invasive tower that would not be. You're now saying, well, we really want 15 providers up here, so you could have 15, 30 billboard panel sizes up there. I can't imagine, forget the engines to bring them up and down or track them with the sun. I can't imagine the wind noise that will come in that particular location when you come off those mountains. This is not compatible in any way, shape, or form. And I'm really shocked that this is the location with all the engineers, just because it's money from Sandia Labs or money or prestige for UNLV, doesn't mean this should go on this location. It's not compatible, and so.
Well, currently we have 6 different sites that have solar panels on them. And our plan actually is to continue to build solar panels on all of our sites and stuff, because we do want to minimize our dependence on other resources.
Thank you. Commissioner Goins.
Just real quick, I concur with everybody else has said, and I just don't know who conceived this idea to put this in the middle of a neighborhood, but I think the first gentleman representing the Water District passed over a concern that this gentleman had and a concern that I have. And you didn't answer it, but it was from a health perspective. How do you know what these things are radiating off of? How do you know over a period of time somebody living in their neighborhood having to receive whatever comes off or emits off of these? Does it cause cancer?
Well, I can speak to that. There's a multitude of people that have these same things on their houses. The panels, when we're talking about these tracking with a concentrated solar panel, when you go back down to the basics of what the individual cell is, it's still a photovoltaic cell. Same thing that you have on the roof of any house around here right now. And those health effects, it has demonstrated no health effects with those solar panels. You have more of a concern about the power lines that are running right up down Schaumburg for electromotive or EMF than you do with any kind of a solar panel. There is no EMF coming off the solar panels.
I still think when you represent this as a experiment, and when you say experiment and you put it in somebody's neighborhood, I think the neighbors then become the guinea pigs, and we won't know the results of this maybe for years to come. And then you want to eventually increase it. I came back from California this weekend and happened to look, driving north into town, I happened to look west across at that solar farm out there that sits there. And it always makes you slam on your brakes and say, what the heck is that? And now you want to increase, you want to put these size panels in a neighborhood? I mean, people put their life savings. I mean, These houses are here, are going to be here, and I suspect these neighbors are going to be here for a long time. And when they purchase their house, you just imagine, you put your down payment, and you pay your house notes, and you're fixing up your place, and you like it, and then you walk out, and you see something that makes you really want to go in and pack up the house and leave, and you can't. And so you can't tell me, or maybe you can, how's this going to affect their values of their houses? How is this going to not deteriorate the neighborhood from now and into the future? And I don't want to hear that, well, solar is going to be the way to go, so this is going to be the normal look. It's almost like the cell phone. It used to be the big one that you carried around, and now they're this size. And so these folks now get the big panel that comes out first. Are they going to be stuck with that?
Yeah, I think what was important here is that, I think one of the points that was made earlier is that these panels are only going to be there for 3 years. You know, that's the extent of these units.
You said 3 years, and if the experiment works, I think what you said, there's going to be,
No, these will be removed after 3 years.
and then another manufacturer's going to come in.
Well, there'll be other manufacturers coming in before that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, but not on these sides of panels.
Yeah, so this is the testing ground, and everybody gets to come and throw their hat in the ring and see how their little toy works. But in the meantime, these folks here who want to come out on their balcony, want a unobstructed view, who paid a premium, 10 grand, to get what they want, now they got to deal with the experiments.
Well, let me backtrack on the whole idea of experiment.
Well, there's no backtracking, because the idea is there.
It's actually an R&D effort. And as an R&D effort, what it is these technologies are technologies that are out there already. So when you look at the Soitec product, it's a product that's already installed. We have a similar product up at our River Mountains plant. We have these other panels that will be coming in here.
Let me stop you right here. Where's your River Mountain plant?
It's out in Henderson.
Is it by residential?
There is residential down the hill from us.
Is it as close to residential as this one is?
No, it's not.
Thank you. And I have no more comments.
But that is
But I'm ready to make a motion.
Water district.
If
Okay.
the chairman is calling for one.
Let me ask you this. I think you can see the way the commission's headed. You ready for a vote, or do you want to hold this, regroup, and see if you can't talk to the neighbors, propose another site or size of panel?
I think we're going to have to go back
Mr. Chair, while he's considering that, I don't know where he lives, but I'd be amenable to amend this app to put 3 of them in his yard and let the experiment take place there.
Mr. Vice Chair, we would request that this item then be held to allow us some opportunity to work with Sandia National Laboratories, residents as well, see if there can be some type of solution or compromise that can be reached.
All right, and I'll ask staff, recommendation of 30, 60, 90 days. Is there a recommendation?
Mr. Vice Chair, I don't think we'd have a recommendation. I think it would be up to the applicant how long it would take them to find out if there's alternate sizes that are available for presentation to this board.
Or alternatively, the
Alternative,
motion could be to table and let them renew this.
Was there a neighborhood meeting already held, sir?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
All right, Commissioner Goins, I'll leave it up to you to make the motion.
Well, I'm going to ask the applicant what his request would be to put a hold. You want to hold it for 30 days?
If 60 was an option, we would take 60, Commissioner.
Through Mr. Rankin? Okay, if
That's
that be
an
the
option.
case. Pardon me?
That is an option.
Okay. If that be the case at the request of the applicant, I'll move to hold item 28, SDR 48456 for 60 days. and during that 60 days, to host another neighborhood meeting and talk to the neighbors about this. And I'd like for you to refer to the neighbors first instead of Sandia Labs, because that's my concern, is them.
Okay, if we can vote on the pending motion.
Excuse me, would that be June 11th? Doug?
Yes, June 11th.
And if I could ask the applicant, when you submit that, could you include contacting me so I can attend that meeting as well?
More than happy to, Commissioner.
Thank you.
You can include me on that as well.
Absolutely, we'll
And
include you
me.
all. We'll include all of you.
When you get to 3, you got to stop, otherwise we have a quorum, so.
There we go.
And Mr.
If you
Chair,
run into
may I
4
make
people
one
over there,
comment?
somebody you need to leave.
Let's post the vote first, and then I'll go ahead and let you make a comment, Commissioner Schlotman. All right, that motion carries. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, and just to the residents who come out here today, if you choose to come back in 60 days, you won't have to wait till the end of the meeting. We hear these that are held in advance at the beginning of the next meeting, so it'll happen about 6:30.
Let me also add to that, that not only was this submitted electronically, but you now have the option of approving one way or opposing electronically, and that becomes part of our record. So if you don't want to show up, you're welcome to do that. We can, if you'd like to talk to staff as we adjourn, someone can explain that to you. Thank you very much. Moving on to Director's Business, item 29, TXT 48482. This is a text amendment. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas for discussion and possible action to amend LVMC 19.12.070 and 19.18.020 regarding the beer wine cooler on-sale establishment use by revising the description, requirements, and definition to update regulations associated with the use and to provide for other related matters. Please have staff report.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the City of Las Vegas has had multiple requests to allow beer, wine on-sale establishments without the requirements of the restaurant or food service. As part of that, an amendment to Title VI for the licensing code is proceeding forward and will be heard by a recommending committee of the City Council next week. This is a corresponding item to bring the zoning code into compliance with what is proposed for the licensing code, and it would eliminate the requirement for the food to be served in conjunction with a meal. Currently, if you go to a place with a beer wine cooler on-sale establishment, you may have alcohol with your food, beer or wine. Once you consume your food, you can no longer get any more alcohol. That is part of our code. Most people don't realize that, but our licensing enforcement officers do enforce that. This would allow for different types of concepts within the City of Las Vegas. Beer and wine bars are the #1 request at this point. The Title VI requirements would still allow for a restaurant option as part of the license. It would also, there would be no gaming as part of this also. If you did a beer and wine bar without the restaurant facility, there would be no gaming as part of this proposal. And this, once again, eliminates the requirement for the minimum seating, which is currently at 30 seats, and that alcohol be served in conjunction with a meal only. And I'm happy to answer any questions concerning this request.
Okay, let's open this for public comment. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and have discussion amongst the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chairman, through you, question for staff. So any establishment that currently has a beer wine cooler on sale license, this would, if passed, would apply to them as well, the existing beer, wine cooler on sale establishments?
I think I need to defer to the city attorney on that question, if they.
I don't know.
Once again, what it does do specifically, through you, Mr. Vice Chairman, is it does, it allows Title VI to regulate the operation of how the beer, wine cooler on sale will exist. For a land use request, it would be, you would be looking at whether a beer, wine cooler is appropriate for that location and the impacts of that land use to the surrounding properties. The operational side of that would then live in the licensing code. We have a lot of operational items within our land use code which are difficult at times to deal with. One of those, for instance, the requirement for the beer, wine to be served in conjunction with a meal is in our code. It's also in the licensing code currently. Once again, I know this commission wasn't aware that once you've finished your pizza, you can't order another beer. That is the way it's enforced. Now, it may not be practiced that way. As a matter of fact, I think many of our restaurants out there that have beer, wine coolers probably aren't aware of that, and finish your pizza and order another pitcher of beer and, you know, move on with your day. But that is how the code is currently written. Once again, it's an operational item, and we would be deferring to Title VI for the specific operational function of how these licenses would work. We are working towards moving some of those operational considerations out of the land use code and specifically into Title VI. Another example of that, if I could, would be, for instance, you know, that you must be 21 to get beer, you know, to order a beer. Well, that's in the licensing code. It's not in the land use code. That's an operational item that we don't regulate. I hope that helps.
For staff, Mr. Vice Chairman, is a land use item, is there a distance separation from these facilities? Are these restricted from, can you have multiple facilities like this around a existing tavern?
There are protected uses, distance separation for beer, wine cooler on sale establishment. That isn't being amended by that. Currently, that's 400 feet from a church, school, or place of worship, or daycare center of 6 or more children. That would still be in there. As far as being separated from other similar uses, there is no requirement within a beer, wine cooler on sale establishment in our code currently. So you could have 3 beer, wine bars in a row. One could have a restaurant, one couldn't, and one could have a snack bar.
You could have a beer bar, wine bar, a cooler bar?
You could.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Schlottman, any comment?
No, there's no other comments. Like to make a motion? Oh,
Just one, that I hope it's taken the right way. This must explain why there's not a lot of after-dinner drinks sold at restaurants then.
Commissioner Schlottman.
all right. Well, I appreciate staff and consolidating some of these things, making them easier, and bringing them to us every couple of months. So I would like to make a motion on item number 29, TXT 48482, to follow staff's recommendation of approval.
Please post. That motion carries.
And this item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance form.
Okay, thank you. We are at the citizens' participation part of the agenda. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 29 that we just heard, Do all of the people, the existing restaurants, do they have to come and reapply?
They would not have to reapply. It's just a matter of whether or not, we're not sure if they would still have the restaurant requirement. I believe, from what I understand from licensing, they would have a restaurant license with beer and wine, so they could come in for a different license and to be a beer wine bar, and that may require them to seek a new special use permit. We haven't quite done the analysis on that yet, and we're definitely going to be working on that in the next,
If
before
that's the
approval of
case, then
council.
it should be a staff review. It should go to staff. It shouldn't, all of these people shouldn't be coming down here to the planning commission and council for this stuff.
Why? We enjoy seeing them.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow.
I have one item.
Commissioner?
Seems like earlier in the evening, one of our applicants was not given a time of rebuttal, and yet we allowed it for most everybody else tonight. I think it's supposed to be, or maybe I'm wrong, aren't we supposed to give each applicant a rebuttal time after public comment's been made?
Chair's discretion.
Did I?
I'll put on the record, it's the chair's discretion. I've seen it both ways. I've seen a limited discussion where the applicant presents and that's it, one time only. I've seen it go back and forth more times than a tennis match, so.
So the difference was, that guy asked for rebuttal time, but we didn't give it to him. And
We meaning me.
you're new at this, are you?
A little bit. My intent was to give everyone sufficient time, but we
I think
did go quite a ways
It's a
tonight,
courtesy, and I think it'd be nice to have everybody, in my opinion.
certainly. All right. This meeting is adjourned.